well over a year, and I haven't even gotten around to telling them yet.
Yeah, it's always, I mean, it's a very surreal journey when that sort of loss.
Sounds good.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. And make sure that we're good here. Okay. Fantastic. All right. And I will say hello in chat too. So, yes, probably in about 10 seconds. Great. And I'm going to turn off the stream for me. So, and I'll put some chat in here as I go as well. So good morning, everyone, or afternoon, or evening, or night, depending upon where you might be in the world. Welcome to the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. I am Joyce Bettencourt, co-founder of the nonprofit Avacon. Or as many of you know me by my avatar name here, of course, Reiner Schneeberger. I wanted to start OSCC off, or our 2024 off, by first some thanks. So thank all of you here, thank everyone here today, and that includes many of our presenters, sponsors, the crowdfunders, volunteers, and especially the developers who work on the OpenSim simulator software. And then a couple of housekeeping things that I wanted to share as well. This is the that's the link to the OSCC 2024 schedule, and we're also live streaming all the presentations in the next 2 days. So you can go to the schedule, see what's coming up, watch it in World, share the stream with others who might not be able to get in World. You're also obviously can pop the stream into your grids if you're wanted to bring it back to the hypergrid wherever you are. So this is our 12th year at the Open Simulator Community Conference, and we're delighted to open with our Open Simulator Core Developer Spotlight. It's certainly our tradition and a great way to highlight again, like those folks that without them there isn't where we're even standing virtually here today. So, and Open Simulator. So. We're celebrating, or Open Simulator itself is celebrating 18 years as and the first software commit was on January 31st, 2007. And I'm going to pop again another text in here. So many developers worked on Open Simulator, which, and this is for many of you know anyway, but is an open source, multi-platform, multi-user 3D application server software that is running this conference grid and behind the hundreds of public grids and many private virtual grid environments. More than any of us kind of really know on the private side of things. So, and I also wanted to share this visualization that we and thank you, Marcus Llewellyn, who puts these together for us. This visualization of the GitHub commits for the code repository of Open Simulator, and this is this particular year of development, and you can watch the video in the background, certainly as we're kind of introducing things here. And it's great to notice how many people devoted an amazing amount of work into the Open Simulator software. And I'll put it here in chat too, just in case you're not going to go out to the video. But through the years, and the entirety of the project, the Open Simulator has had 185 contributors who've maintained 443,962 lines of code and invested over 119 years of human effort. And so it's a lot of work and a lot of time spent. And we are very thankful for all that time spent and for the core developers. I also want to introduce my OSCC conference co-chair, who's Lear Lobo, Cynthia Calongne, as many of you know her virtually, or actually in real life. And she is moderating our core developer spotlight today. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Lear, who will introduce the core and go from there. Thanks.
Thank you, Joyce, for that warm welcome. And hello. Isn't it exciting to have our 12th OSCC? I would like to introduce, let's see, uh, I'm delighted to introduce our core developers who are joining us for our OSCC 2024 opening session. First off, Umarov, OpenSimulator core developer. Ubit is currently a lead core developer for OpenSimulator, and he started on the project in 2012. He is instrumental in coding and implementing the OpenSimulator codebase, many of the updates that were part of 0.9 through 0.9.3.0 of OpenSimulator, and he works on resolving issues and developing the upcoming releases. Kevin Cozens, Andrew Hellershanks, is an OpenSimulator core developer. Kevin has been a member of the OpenSimulator core developer team since March of 2014, and he created and maintains several add-on modules, including the OpenSim Search and OpenSim Profile modules, which are used within the OpenSimulator project. Mr. Blue Waves, Robert Adams has been an OpenSimulator core developer for many years. His OpenSimulator work includes the BulletSim physics engine, the DSG distributed scene graph simulator experiment, and many performance improvements. Other OpenSimulator projects include the Dockerizing of OpenSimulator, the experimental Bazel web browser viewer, and code addition to several of the independent viewer projects. Unable to be with us today is Melanie Milland. We're hoping she can join us in progress, OpenSimulator core developer. Melanie has been an active contributor to Virtual World software and OpenSimulator. She coordinated Virtual World projects, including creating with a team of up to 12 developers her own spin of the OpenSimulator software, which powered the Avanation grid. Many of the grid's code, when shared back to the core code, was the base for many of the OpenSimulator 0.9 features. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. Now, if anyone has a question in the audience for our core developers, please put it in the local chat and I will keep an eye out for it. If you'd start it with the word question, that would help me out. For our first question, Ubit, tell us some highlights from your work this year to develop and maintain OpenSimulator.
Oh, hello. Thank you. Thank you to all that make this conference possible. It's always a pleasure to be here and very stimulating. About the boring technical news about OpenSim, we did release a new version about a month ago. And its main highlight is that it's running in a more recent .NET version 8.0. And, well, just input change to make it possible and to integrate it with the changes of .NET. And also its main feature, like you can see in the release notes that I just pasted in the channel, its main feature is the support for the new PBR materials that some viewers now have. That's pretty much the short version of what happened.
Well, you make it sound easy, but I was watching you throughout the year. I had the fortune to attend the core developer meetings, and that migration from .NET 6 to .NET 8, was that easy to do?
Actually, it was from Mono and .NET 4.x, the version, the .NET 6 was an intermediate version. It was relatively easy to move from 6 to 8. No, it had some problems because the change to .NET from the old framework and the Mono was a very breaking change. We lost several features that we depend on that made us, for example, remove the X engine, script engine that we are using. That was sad because it was some scripts did depend on it. But AI engine is a little better, and with minor change and minor fix, it should run well, even those old scripts. Well, it was a nice road to walk.
Well, what is your recommendation for folks who have a lot of scripts written in X Engine? Should they continue running the older version, or because I know compatibility issues are always the challenge in software?
Well, most will just run with no problems. Others you'll just need to edit and fix case by case. But we have not many reports of problems. Usually, the problem that we see is that X-Engine was a lot more tolerant to some, let's say, creative programming, and then iEngine is. I mean that you could do things that were not strict LSL, and X-Engine did accept it, and iEngine complained, "No, I do not like that. That's not a vector." Okay, yeah.
Right. You know, many people have been following the advances in PBR and other, improvements to the software. And I know at LBSA they had a demonstration of PBR on those test grids. How is that going? Was it easy to develop PBR into the core code?
Yeah, you know that the hard part is your side, and sadly that did not went that well. By the way, you need to thank to all the work, the teams, several viewer teams that support OpenSimulator, like Firestorm, Data, Cool VR, and a few more, because without them it will not be possible. I'll be able to say, yes, there are two little objects that do demonstrate the PBR features. I don't know, shining things. That's things are a bit more shining. And a little bit, I think it's still there, a little bit inside a little toilet. You can also find a mirror. That is also a new feature that some viewers have. Sadly, it's very high demanding on the GPU and CPU. But it's still there. You can it's now, I think it's disabled by default on all the viewers, but you can enable, and you can see your own avatar on the mirror. Yeah, that's a feature. And in LBSA, if you look around, I think there is still a little toilet, and inside of it there is a mirror where you can shake your face, etc.
Now, when
Yeah.
you say it's disabled on the viewers, what does that mean for folks who might be a little bit newer to OpenSimulator?
It's just the options when you install the viewers. There is a set of options that the viewer are enabled by default, and because mirrors are still very heavy and not only most hardware that just does not support them that well, they decided to disable it by default. So for us to actually see mirrors working, we need to go to the avatar preferences, and depending on the viewer, and activate mirrors. Okay.
That's good to
I
know.
think it's some feature that is still for the future, because, as I said, the change that the viewers had to support PBR were introduced a lot of overload to the CPU and to the GPU. Even to be here in this conference, that we don't have PBR. If we use the new version, you will see that your GPU is getting hotter, and your CPU is your electric bill is a bit higher if you use the most recent versions. But well, it's the price of progress, they say.
Well, I was reading Lisa's question, and I don't know if you were answering part of it there because I heard what you were saying. Did you see? She said, "I found some scripts written in Y engine. You're calling it E engine. Pardon my
Yeah,
multicultural
that's
language."
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
my English is
Yeah.
pretty
No,
bad.
no, you're
I'm
great.
sorry
You're
about that.
great. So in Y engine do not work in X engine, but when fixing them in X engine, they also work in Y engine in the newer. Some newer functions are not supported in X engine. In some cases, there are second life functions that still not supported in OpenSimulator. Do we have a time frame for when that work will be completed. Lisa, we may need to know a little more specifics on which features you're thinking of.
If you see we keep adding some selected LS functions from Second Life. We will not just follow Second Life in most cases because we can't. But if you see in the release notes, we did add some new functions that, like, for example, finally I did decide to support the link set data that I was not very happy with it, but it's there. It's also included now in 0. In the last release. So yes, and if you see, we had linear to RGB, RGB to linear, LSL sorted stride. You see the list. We just did add several. We did add several functions from LSL. About the compatibility issues between N as well, they have a little bit different interpretations about what is the semantics and the syntax of LSL. As I said, XEngine was a lot more tolerant to several mistakes. iEngine is not that tolerant, and for example, it does not allow several implicit casts that XEngine did accept. I don't know. I don't really remember because we did remove XEngine. I don't know, about 1 year ago or something like that. That we don't use it at OS Grid and in the grids that are now using the new version. But yes, it's always possible to have some issues like that. License support is not appropriate. List.
Let's see, a follow-on question there is there a resource list?
Yeah. Well, Mantis is our...
Mantis.
Mantis, that is always our the place to put requests and even to submit code to us. And of course, there are our meetings every Tuesdays, every week. And the usual channels.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to ask Andrew, what is the protocol for guests to attend the core dev meetings and to bring up topics about installation issues, script issues, or new features that they'd like to see in the core?
Good morning, everyone, and nice to see everyone here. First of all, just back on what Ubit was or the question that came up relating to what script functions and so on are available. If you go into the wiki, I believe it is on the OpenSimulator.org website, there is a list of LSL and or LL and OS functions that are supported, and it tries to give you an idea as to how well they're supported. Some functions maybe be 100% the same as Second Life, but it's a good place to find out what functions are available. And I guess we try and keep that list up to date. I'm not sure if it is 100% up to date at the moment with some of the most recent functions, but if you're doing scripting, that would be a good place to take a look at where things stand on the scripting side.
Thank you.
Right. So for meetings, yes, we have the meetings Tuesdays. Lately, we normally run them on OS Grid, but lately OS Grid's been having some issues, so we've had to move to an alternate location. Probably your best bet is to take a look at the, again, OpenSimulator.org website. If we've had to move to an alternate location, that would be the place to go to find out where we are at the moment. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to fully prepare for the meeting. We have one person who attends the meetings named Vincent. He's been very helpful in keeping recording the log and posting the log of the actual meetings. All the meetings are, we have usually at our normal location, we have a box that records the chat so that the chat can then be posted online, as well as also there's a web page that you can access the content of the meetings. But anybody's welcome. You don't have to be a software developer. You don't have to even be running your own grid. If you're just an end user, you can come in and attend the meetings, see what we're discussing. We do have a small kind of core group of people that show up on a regular basis. But yeah, usually if you have any particular question, then you can instant message me, and I'll try and make sure that you get a chance to have your question or topic or comment, whatever, raised at the meeting. I do try and limit the chat to just to one topic at a time. Sometimes we get a second topic sometimes started, but if necessary, I'll ask somebody to hold off on something. But it does take a while sometimes for to get things going. We don't always start right at the top of the hour because sometimes we have to wait for a few people to show up.
And speaking of that, you have a wide mix of folks who come, both Mac users and Windows users and Linux users, and of course, you have viewer developers as well. That's just wonderful to see this blend of skill base. Please realize to the folks listening, and all these folks are volunteers on the project, and they appreciate your support and donations to help them keep strong the world we love. Well, Mr. Blue, and pardon me, Andrew, if you had anything to add at the end, I'm going to ask everyone if you had any other contributions that you wanted to feature during our recording. And please realize we will have a VIP Q&A over the meal break. So, Mr. Blue, while I have my suspicions on this answer, what cool projects are you working on these days?
Well, the only cool project I've been working on has been a WebRTC-based voice for OpenSimulator, since Vivox is going away for us. And I'm giving a presentation of that in about an hour. And that's the main thing I've been working on.
Well, thank you. So Roxy adds a question from the Virtual Education Journal. Do you announce the topics of the meetings and agendas before the meeting? Andrew, would you like to take that one?
Oops.
And if you're speaking, you're muted.
No, I can answer that.
Yeah,
no,
sorry.
Okay, great. That's
the
okay.
meetings have an open agenda. We usually do some revision of what happened during the last week, and then we take we answer. The meeting goes as people give us issues, and we discuss things that people bring to the meeting. But we don't have an agenda per meeting now. It's open.
Great,
Yeah,
thank you.
That's right. It's driven by the people attending and what they want to talk about. And I will prompt people at times. As you say, we have one of the people that's working on a viewer, so occasionally I will prompt them to, give them an opportunity to say if there's anything new that they want to discuss or talk about or mention relating to their viewer development. After Mr. Blue's there, I will sometimes ask him if there's anything he wants to say about his development in the physics engines and so on. So, and I also do ask people at times to make sure that if anybody does have a question or comment, I try and make sure that they have time to get those in. Certain topics sometimes will take quite a while to be discussed, and so usually about 10-15 minutes before the top of the hour, I will kind of try and put a hold on the current topic of discussion to try and make sure that anybody who needs to ask something or wants to make a comment has the opportunity to do so, because some people can't stay past the top of the hour.
Sure. And the question on everyone's mind, of course, is when is Vivox leaving? And this is a tricky one. I think I know the answer, but who would like to answer that question? The reason I know the answer is I've been attending the meetings. For those of you who who may be new to it, you please realize Vivox may not be available for new grids coming online, so they can't access it. But the existing grids still have access to Vivox, to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah,
Anyone?
I
Yeah,
think
go
we
ahead.
have just no idea when that is going to happen. But thanks Second Life is going to also stop using Vivox. There may be a correlation there, but we have no official statement. Vivox just announced that they will be stopping support. They will not accept any new contracts. They will, so like you said, it's only working for those that already have it working. And yeah, we have no prediction of when it will happen. So my guess is just there may be, because Second Life is using exactly the same version that we are using, that is also very obsolete. Vivox is now using version 5, if not version 6, and this is still version 4. So I guess when Linden Labs turns off their systems, so possible, then that will be the deadline for us also. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you. I mean, not good in the
No,
sense that
it's
we're
not
happy.
good.
Not at
No,
all.
it's not good.
Yeah, a little emotion here. Oh. But we're looking forward to change and growth, right? That's one of the requirements. So before we conclude with our core dev panel, do each of you want to just give one thought on the future? What would you like to see possible for the future of OpenSimulator? I know the future is always a tricky question, right? Because it has so many dependencies. I know the users have quite a few
Just answering
ideas.
to
Yeah,
the question from
sure.
Mao. Well, Firestorm told us that as long as we have Vivox servers, they will keep the code for us, even if Linden Labs removed the code from their own viewers. So some of viewers for OpenSim will keep supporting Vivox as long as we have a Vivox solution. Okay, and WebRTC for Second Life does support 3D positional code. Yes, it does. For OpenSim, well, I think current implementation that Robert is working on still does not support it. So because that is extra code that is closed source for the Linden Lab solution. That's okay. They're right, of course. So let's see if we'll be able to support it. It's just some extra code. Okay. Maybe Robert wants to talk about that, and I'm sure he will address that during his presentation.
I do want to break in, Lear, that we do not have to wrap now. We actually have more
Oh,
time
sure.
because of the setup.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
So ask
Just checking.
questions.
Absolutely. Well, so Mr. Blue, I think that question's for you. It's from Jack Daniels, and he says, will the WebRTC audio be positional like Vivox is?
At the first implementation that I have running now is not spatial, but that's work that can be done.
Thank you. Okay. And let's see, are there any other questions on that order?
There was a question about the GLTF, blah, blah, blah from AI. I don't know. We still see nothing from that conclusive from the viewers. So I actually don't like that solution that Linden Labs is trying to do. I think it's overcomplicate everything. I'm not that fan of GLTF and how they are adding it to the viewers. But that's something we need to wait and see. For now, it's premature. For now, we'd like to have viewers that actually work with PBR without taking all the power bill as high as they are taking currently. And yeah.
Well, do you think the reason for, using that standard is perhaps compatibility with other marketplaces. I notice everywhere I go looking for 3D models and mesh for our design.
GLTF is basically an update of Collada. It's just
it.
another transfer protocol. Sadly, while when Lindenlab start using Collada they use it as a transport, so you can import Collada into the viewers. Like in theory, you could import FBX, and all of that was converted into an internal format that was very optimized, very optimized for just for the needs of our needs for mesh, simplified mesh, etc. This time they are using almost replacing everything. The last time I saw, well, PBR is the PBR access format started to be GLTF, and one of the formats is when you upload is GLTF. Then they found out that GLTF was actually too heavy, and so they had another format, and we need to work with two different serialization formats for that. And GLTF, what I've seen they are doing, they are all basically replacing everything with GLTF. So you have a prim, and then instead of telling that prim that it has a mesh, you tell that prim it has a GLTF data, and then that prim will also render whatever comes after that. That is basically a duplication of everything we already have. It may have animations in their own format, may have meshes in their own format, etc., etc., etc. So, well, as I said, we need to wait and see. Okay.
Yeah, well, that raises the question, what are the implications for designers, right? Their current content will continue to work in the future. Is that true? Anything they've already uploaded should still render just fine, right?
At least I can speak for OpenSim. We'll do our best, and we'll not accept and we will not follow Second Life if there is a big breaking change like that. That's also us, because we are no longer, if you ever been a clone of Second Life, okay? We follow Second Life when it is possible, when it makes sense. We'll not follow them when it does not make much sense, okay?
Yeah.
Right.
For example, the support the PBR for terrain, we are not following exactly what they do. Viewers need to have specially code it's just a little one line or two of code to work with OpenSim, because the way they just completely ignore all the viewers. Okay, if you have old viewer and you go to a land that is PBR terrain, we just see everything white or gray. Okay, that will not happen in OpenSim. You can select, in OpenSim, you are able to define the textures for older viewers and for new viewers. Okay, so you can see something that makes sense and not just a white desert. Okay, so but that's a change. We are not a clone of Second Life. We will not take every code they do and all the features they do. Okay. Sorry.
No, that's good though. No, and I did notice you did support features that the viewer did offer from Second Life, like hovering over textures in the inventory. I know there was quite a bit of debate in the core dev meetings about that feature, but that was something that users wanted, and you were good and gave that feature to us. So we want to thank you for it. And that's what I love about the core dev meeting. So if you're not attending, I do recommend that you look at the logs, because there's some wonderful work going on there. And we want to thank everyone who comes to the meeting, because you really generate a lot of great information, requests, and of course, support. Okay, let's see. Are there any other questions? Looking out at the, I see there was a good question by Rain, Lisa says. So Rain's asking about SSL support, something about hypergrid SL.
Well,
yes.
Actually, Rain did some contributions to SSL support, yes, that we didn't incorporate it. SSL has been working for some time. You can full run a region in SSL, and even you can run several parts of the grid code, but still need more work to be easy to actually use. assuming that it's easy for you to buy a certificate and to keep a certificate. Okay, that's always a problem because if standalones don't buy SSL certificates, you know. Mm.
And for those of you who are wondering what we're talking about secure
yeah,
security and secure sockets. Yeah. What were you going to say, Ubit?
No, I was about finished. Yes, we do have code in line that does support, and I said that you can run a region with everything in SSL except UDP. Of course, UDP does not do SSL, but all the HTTP communications can be encrypted. Okay. Yep.
Now, Webb's adding there are 6 free certification providers around.
Yeah, but some of them have limits because, for example, let's encrypt. You need to own the DNS. You need to own to have a registered domain, and you need to own it. There are restrictions for the free because it's a nice business. People like to make money with selling certificates, you know.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
some of those, a few of those free providers of certificates also, they have very short time periods. I think I was looking at one of the free encrypt sites for my website, and the certificate I think expired in only like 2 or 3 months. So you know, unless you're paying for it, you know, you'd have to be renewing a certificate fairly often.
And that can be disruptive to access to your grid. So something to think about. Any other questions from our audience? Well, while they're formulating their last questions, I want to thank our core developers for your amazing work and for volunteering, for supporting, for attending every week. Wow. And Mr. Blue, we see you at those meetings too. And thank you for your support and work with Kuga. And we want to thank Jaga and of course, Gavin and Joe, you know, all the viewer developers, everyone who comes to the meetings, Kayaker. Let's see, Gudule Lapointe adds, Lear, not necessarily, as long as you have your own subdomain, and this is back on the SSL topic for the secure certificates assigned, you don't need to have control on the main domain. Well, that's good to know. And Gudule has a session coming up next that'll be talking about integrating OpenSimulator with WordPress. So, we may have more questions on that, Gudule. Thanks. And thank you. Graham Mills adds, great work, all. So any last thoughts before we close the panel?
Back when we were talking about functions that were being supported, I noticed that Lear had popped up. I think one of the comments that came from, I guess, from the audience about, I think it was link set data. That's a topic that's been a little bit questionable. I think that may be a function that we're not overly enthusiastic about the implementation of that in Second Life. You know, we feel that's a bit on the flawed side. So there are times where, again, that's where we may or may not implement that in Second Life, depending on whether we feel it is beneficial to the community, and you know, whether it's you know, whether the implementation really kind of truly makes sense in the way the Second Life people have chosen to implement it.
Well, thank you for that. So there'll be more discussion of that at the core dev meetings, I'm sure. Well, thank you to our wonderful core developers, and of course, I don't know if you've been following the chat, but there were a lot of wonderful thoughts and of course a lot of love coming your way. We are deeply appreciative. Yes.
Just a little note. We actually, I actually gave up. I did implement our own version of link set data. That should be pretty much compatible with with the SCL, LSL, okay? Because it's what's needed and people wanted it. So yeah, I did add it. It's included in the 093.
Thank you very much. So I added that note to the chat, and Art Blue adds that Philip Rosedale said he was not super happy that PBR was installed in such a rush, not properly tested. So great applause for the great work from our core developers. Thank you for that, Frank. And on that note, I want to thank Ubit, Andrew, and Mr. Blue for a great opening to OSCC 2024. You are our rock stars. Before we conclude our opening session, we would like to remember our OSCC organizers and speakers we have lost in recent years. We would like to create a memorial site here at OSCC to remember our community members that we lost. Their legacy continues and they remain in our hearts. A few months ago, we lost Olive Tree Lighthouse, our dear friend who moderated speaker sessions and supported the speaker booths on the OSCC Expo Zone 3. She loved virtual worlds and the OpenSimulator community. We lost Lori Von Luster, affectionately known as LV, when she passed away in February of 2024. She was an organizer and presenter for VWBPE and for OSCC, and a staunch social media advocate. She supported virtual worlds for over 17 years. Losing Veritas McMaster, our OSCC conference speaker, so soon after the OSCC 2023 holiday party was a shock, and we were thankful to attend the memorial service hosted at Alternate Metaverse, the grid that she loved. And we lost Dancers Yao, who presented at past OSCCs, and she hosted a region in 2015 for the Learning Lab at OSCC. It was a tribal event known as the Galaxy Language. She passed away in 2024. And we lost Barbara Truman, aka Delightful Duangle, in 2021, who was a champion for virtual worlds education and for strengthening our community. She moderated, hosted speaker sessions, and designed the speaker booth map for the OSCC Expo Zone 3. She was the community leader of the Moses Project, which conducted research on increasing region scalability and photogrammetry for avatar realism. To honor those we have lost, we are setting up, and we don't have it set up yet, but it's in the plans for a memorial site and a candle lighting ceremony so that you, for the folks you may have loved and lost, can light a candle in memory for them. We're still designing it, and so we'd love to solicit feedback from the community, and if you could direct it to Franz or to Joyce or myself, we're deeply appreciative. And the reason we're doing this is we realize that none of us are getting any younger. And we've been at this for a long time, right? And this is our 12th year. And we're hoping we have another 30, but you know how it is. So thank you very much for all your loving support and for making such a great community. Joyce, back to you for a moment. Do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I just, just thank you, Lear, for bringing that all up. It's certainly been, especially as we're planning, right? These things every year, there are some folks, certainly Olive Tree and Barbara, who were part of this process, sort of year in and year out. Once they started helping, and it's kind of this sad scenario when you kind of come to the beginnings of the year, and even things as like setting up all our little voice calls that behind the scenes where we have to bring in all the speakers to stream them in world, like how much Olive Tree as a moderator was like in so many of those prior ones. So certainly we kind of feel all that loss, and just reach out. I also sent the email, OSCC organizers at abacon.org. You can email, and that goes to all of us on that side of things. Thank you, Lear, for all of that, and of course, in the regards to those lost, in regards to Open Simulator as a whole, there are obviously so many other users and folks behind the scenes that have been lost over time. So this is just a small list of those who've kind of been more part of the conference piece of things. Um, but yeah, thank you for that. I'll turn it back over to you to kind of go, do the kind of next up things, but.
Thank
Lear.
you. Well, as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 8:00 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled WordPress Interface for OpenSimulator W4OS. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on the presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of our OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our core developers and to you, the audience.
down the music. And then I'll let you know when I'm live. And we're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. session of the 2024 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation WordPress Interface for OpenSimulator W4OS. Our speaker is Gudule Lapointe. Gudule Lapointe is founder and public face of Speculoos World. Born in 2006 in Second Life, she boarded the OpenSimulator experience and created Speculoos World Grid in 2011. She developed or contributed to several complementary solutions for OpenSim Grid like 2DO, hype events, teleport boards, flexible helper scripts, and Debian installation helpers. Currently, she develops W4OS, the OpenSimulator WordPress interface. You can visit the project at w4os.org. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the session, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Leah. Welcome, everyone, and thank you to welcome me once again to present this plugin. As I usually say, we all face the same challenges, getting a full operational grid and offer all the features. OpenSimulator Core provides the main one, but not all of them. You need to install at least a web interface to allow users to register, a web asset server, a couple of helpers, and it's a nightmare. At least a dozen different applications, each of them from different projects, using different platforms or languages. And even when they use the same language, they use different standards. A slide, yes, okay. This is OpenSimulator au naturel. For those who are not familiar with this, nearly each line of this graph requires its own configuration, with its own named conventions when not in its own programming language. Honestly, if you are comfortable with this, maybe you should see a doctor. Some of them even have no implementation at all, only workarounds, like the in-world search replaced by beacons like OpenSim World, or the initial IP events project. No viewer integration. And of course, you usually need a website too. So, and then there were one. My first step years ago was to consolidate existing helpers and rewrite them to use a single config file. That's the project Flexible Helper Scripts. It is still maintained as a standalone project in parallel with W4OS, as it's in the core part of the plugin. But the helpers by themselves don't solve the web integration. So the approach. So this is the WordPress interface for OpenSimulator. It must be a one-stop shop for all needs: user registration, grid management, in-world, and web helpers. Why WordPress? Because it's popular, it's open source, it's powerful, and it's multilingual. We want centralized management, no more settings in different places using different standards, a unified configuration method. And in an ideal world, it should be easy to set up. It's getting better, but we're not done yet. And so that's the result. W for OS centralize the web interface with the registration, initial avatar model, web profile, password changes, and the helpers, the search, the land sales, the classifieds, calendar, everything in one place. It also gives the configs to include in OpenSimulator ini files. At this stage, it doesn't write the full config. It gives the parts to update. And all of this can be integrated with the rest of the website to get the same look and feel everywhere. Let's go through the features. Avatar registration. That's the first need. The plugin allows users to register an avatar directly from the website. You can protect some names. For example, you don't want users to use your grid name as their last name. Users can choose their initial outfit. You define models by creating and customizing dedicated avatars. I say dedicated because these are not avatars you are supposed to play with. What they wear will be the appearance of the new user, and their profile picture will be used on the website for the model picking form. And I just wrote the same thing twice. Sorry. The blocks. Most of the features of the plugin are available as blocks. It's the big thing in WordPress. When I say block, it can be shortcodes, and it can be modules for specific teams like DV. All blocks are available at least as shortcode and Gutenberg blocks. So they can be used by every WordPress site. The plugin can be, to answer a question I just noticed, no, but we will see the question after. But it's interesting, the plugin can be used in conjunction with some other web interfaces or some other web helpers. It's made in a modular way, so you as much as I could think of needs, you can enable or disable some parts of it. Let's continue. Examples of the blocks. you can have the, of course, the base is grid info and grid status. The registration form is a block, so you can put it on the page you want. The profile page also. You have a block for popular places also, which is not, you will see it in another slide later. And also destination guides and web search. I will go to it later also. For example, you can do the splash page with the blocks. It's the page displayed in the viewer when you have the login screen. I'm not particularly proud of this one. It's a bit busy, but that was my taste a few years ago. The thing is, it will be easy to change it. And you can mix a block, thanks to the WordPress system, you can mix blocks from the plugin, like the grid info here and the popular places, and latest news from the website, like the blue block on the right of the screen. So you can fully benefit from the WordPress features as well as the plugin features, so the best of both worlds. I talked about search. Search is divided in two parts. First, the web search. That was the thing I was missing the most. While websites dedicated to that are really interesting, I think it's really important to get it here. The plugin, and more precisely the helpers, allow this. And you can either show only the results for your own grid or register to a search engine to show the results of several grids together. For example, you can register at todo.directory, which is a shared engine. So you will have all the search results from all the grids using the same search engine. The calendar. I am sorry if you hear chicken, it's in my garden and I cannot have them be silent. So from time to time, they will pop up.
Oh, that's wonderful. We love it.
Where was I? The calendar, same as for the search for places. It's something I care a lot. It's integrated and it's like for other searches. By using to-do directory, you can share you can have the results from other grids too, and with the hypergrid links. No, this was supposed to come before the previous slide. The search globally is also available with the tab web search in the viewer, and so that's also provided by W4OS plugin. With, of course, the same results than in the standard viewer search. The destination guide is interesting. It's a small, clean presentation of interesting places. It's a convenient way to help your members to find places to go. and the block used the same source format as our in-world teleport board. So if you use the teleport board in-world, you can show the same results. Okay, it's called the new features, let's say the recent features. I always try to enhance the easiness of the plugins, and there is a lot more to do. But this is getting better every day. Different settings page for each functionality, direct link from the admin bar menu, detailed instructions everywhere I can. It's localizable, and it's already available in English and French, which are regularly updated, and also in Dutch, German, Italian, and Portuguese. And now, where are the last year's announced features? To help you understand, here is a graph. Helpers and web integrations are huge. A lot of different things linked together, and each change has implications everywhere. It's a lot of work for a single person. I'm doing my best. So the next thing, I announced it last year, but this time I'm I've nearly achieved it, is the separation of avatars and WordPress user account, because some users want to be able to have several avatars. So it will be a better approach. It will allow the grid owner to set rules, like now one user per avatar, one avatar per user, or multiple avatars, or even managing avatars without creating user on the main website. I work currently on it. It will be available in the next weeks, and it's the first step. And that's it for now. Thank you for your attention. For more information, you can check the W4OS website, the to-do directory. I will put the links in the chat, and Speculoos lab region for the in-world objects. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gudule. And for those of you listening on the live stream, it's w4os.org. Any last thoughts, questions before we? Lisa keeps asking, where can I get the slides, Gudule? Are you going to post them on your site or with
yes.
your presentation, with your
yes.
speaker bio? Yeah.
Yes. I will do that. I will post them on the website. I realized I should have given you the text of the speech too, because I saw you copied something in the chat.
You know, and there was a question earlier from Lisa where she was asking, because there was some discussion, do you have any concerns about WordPress and its security? And do you have any thoughts about this kind of effort for Joomla or other web interfaces?
Joomla, unfortunately, seems abandoned. I tried to have a look on it, and it was last updated like 3 years or 4 years ago, and that's not good for something related to CMS. And the security of WordPress is pretty good. You need to add some plugins to enhance the security. I use WordFence, and it's pretty good at blocking any attempts to hack the website or to create fake accounts, things like that.
I think the concern was the connectivity between WordPress and W4OS and the grid server.
Sorry. My own website is not connected to the grid server. The grid using the plugin installed the plugin on their own websites. So the only shared thing is optional, and it's with the use of to-do.directory, and then you only send the events you want to share, not all the places you want to share. There is no direct connection between our website and the grid website.
Well, thank you, Gudule, for that informative and interesting presentation. And Lisa, I'll get back to you on that request in just a moment. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 8:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled WebRTC Voice for OpenSimulator. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Gudule and to the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. session of the 2024 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation WebRTC Voice for OpenSimulator. Our speaker is Mr. Blue Wave, Robert Adams. Robert Adams has been an OpenSimulator core developer for many years. His OpenSimulator work includes BulletSim Physics Engine, the DSG Distributed Scene Graph, Simulator Experiment, and many performance improvements. Other OpenSimulator projects include the Dockerizing of OpenSimulator, the experimental Bazel web browser viewer, and the code addition to several of the independent viewer projects. His current interests are in distributed computing and robotics. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, all. I'm Robert Adams, mostly known in world as Mr. Blue Waves, and I've been working on adding WebRTC voice to OpenSim. So this presentation is going to be kind of pointed towards developers and grid operators. As a user, you shouldn't see any difference with voice. That is, the little ball will show up over your head and you can talk. But this presentation is going to give details on how SSL, Second Life, is implementing the WebRTC voice, and also then describing my solution. So in the beginning, Second Life used Vivox. Vivox is a game service that people could play games together and talk to each other, and the Second Life used that. And OpenSimulator has been relying on the fact that it's been free for our use for all the years. And Vivox, being an old service and been updated and that sort of thing, is being retired. So Second Life, Linden Lab, decided they had to change. So they're bringing up their own servers for spatial and non-spatial voice. And they're building a solution that's roughly based on the WebRTC protocols. And the third-party viewer people have this problem of what they're going to support, and some of them are saying they're just going to go all Second Life and not support Vivox at all, and that would mean that OpenSimulator didn't have a voice solution. So first, what is WebRTC? So I'm going to tell you everything about WebRTC in 3 minutes. So WebRTC is a set of standards that was originally designed for creating audio, video, and data real-time streams between browsers. That is, it was meant for browsers. And there's probably 10 plus standards that it's based on. But the base ones that you might hear around are, there's RTP, which is a real-time protocol, which is a protocol for moving streams of data. Like TCP is made for reliable transmission of blocks of data. RTP worries about latency and bit rates and keeping a real-time stream running. The session description protocol is the way the two browsers negotiate the connection. It's about what codecs they have and what bit rates they can do. SIP and ICE, they're the protocol and the servers for negotiating a connection between browsers that are scattered around on the internet. And then you'll hear of stun and turn servers. Those are proxy servers that for keeping the stream around. So here, so let's say you have two browsers sitting out on the internet. The browsers usually talk to a directory service. They don't have to. You could just keep pass an URL to each other, but usually, when you start your Zoom session, you go somewhere and you say, "I want to join this session." It gives you the initial connection. Then you talk you negotiate the connection. What is the connectivity between the two browsers, given the fact that people are probably behind firewalls and that sort of stuff? And then eventually you start a RTP stream between the two browsers. And usually, mostly on the internet, since there are a lot of firewalls out there, you're going through some sort of proxy servers out there, and that's what the stun and turn servers are. So that provides you the connection on the internet to go. But when you negotiate the connection, like if the two browsers are inside the same company, inside the same subnet, they can connect directly to each other and not use all that cloud stuff. And that's sometimes you'll hear that WebRTC is decentralized. That is, it doesn't need the cloud services, and you can directly connect both the source and the destination without using any cloud services, which is so WebRTC doesn't require the cloud services, but really most everyone uses them. So like if you have a meeting of 5 people, say there's 5 browsers, you'll negotiate and set up this star organization where the data is moving in between each of the browsers. But you notice that each of the browsers has 4 connections because it has to talk to the other 4. And that puts a load on the browser because it has to have all the connectivity, the bandwidth, and it has to have the computation to mix all the audio streams. So there's also the possible having an audio mixer where the browser just talks to a mixer who mixes all the audio and get the streams together. This is also possible in WebRTC things, and it has multiple advantages. One advantage is that the browsers do not have to do all the computation, do not have to do the mixing of the sound. And this takes the load off the browsers. And also the browsers can't see the other people. That is, it only gets the stream, so it doesn't get the IP addresses of the stream. So this is the solution that Linden Lab went for. So they're building an audio mixer, and it takes the load off the viewers, which is Linden Lab is very concerned about the computational load that the viewers create on your computer, and so that takes the load off, and also it hides the IP address of the other people for privacy. So this is what you get. You get viewers talking to the region simulator. They talk to the region simulator, do the basic WebRTC handshake. So they exchange the SDP offer and answer, it's called. And then the viewers make an RTP connection to, in my solution's case, a Janus server. So I'm using Janus Gateway, which is an open source WebRTC server that's out there. It has an audio bridge feature or plugin, which creates conference rooms. So the conference rooms are rooms that people talk to each other in. And so multiple people could join these rooms and hear everyone else. There's some position features available in it. So it has the start of the spatial stuff that we need for OpenSimulator. And so it was a good starting point. So second, Linden Lab decided not to provide their servers for our use. That is, like Vivox was available for OpenSimulator for free, but Linden Lab is not doing that for us. But they were very generous in publishing all the protocols. That is, we know the features and roadmaps, and also they published the detailed protocol specification. So we know exactly what data is going back and forth. And so a solution was possible to be built. So this is kind of a picture of how you can set up the service using my solution. That is, the region simulator talks to the grid server, and a Janus server is run alongside the grid service. So the grid provides an audio mixer, and the viewer talks to the region and eventually connects to the Janus server. I also have the solution where a region can run its own Janus server, so it could have its own local audio mixer, which provides a load solution. That is, if you want to keep stuff local for either security or for the load that you're using, and not rely on the grid service. So these are two configurations that are possible. And so, like I mentioned earlier, you're using the basic WebRTC protocols, but it's not a full WebRTC solution. So they do what's called the SDP offer answer handshake, which is the basic setup of a WebRTC call. And then they create a proper RTP connection to the mixer service, but it's not a generalized implementation. So you're not going to be able to connect to your Zoom meeting or anything like that. So it's a very basic use of WebRTC, and it allows us to build a easy solution. And we can add, since ours is all open source, the OpenSimulator is open source and the viewers are open source, we can add our own interesting extensions if we want to do interesting mixes and that sort of stuff. So let me quickly, I'm going to go through the handshake that happens. It'll expose to tell people what's really going on. So normally what happens is the viewer logs into the grid login service, it gets a pointer to the region it's supposed to talk to. And then it connects to the region, and of the things that the region gives back is a feature list of what services the region supports. And the new feature is voice service, which returns WebRTC now. It used to return Vivox. It now returns WebRTC. And this is independent of each of the regions. That is, theoretically, regions can implement different voice services if they wanted to, but now what happens is it returns WebRTC. Then the viewer talks to a capability, which are the connection services on a region, and says, hey, I want to make this connection offer. The region talks to the Janus server to set up and gets the SDP answer. It sends the answer back to the viewer. Now the answer includes all the stuff like the network address of the Janus server and all the other connection information that's necessary, as well as the codec being used and the bit rate. And so, oh, I missed a slide here. And so then the viewer then makes a connection to the Janus server for the real-time protocols, the RTP stream. One feature of the stream that Linden Lab is generating is not only does it have audio in it, but it has data. And the data includes all the position information. So it sends little JSON formatted blocks that have the sender position and listener's position, mute information, and also volume information. The my initial implementation doesn't interpret this stuff, so while they'll have voice, it won't be spatial yet. That's a piece of future work, but I'll get there in a second. So the project I created is called OS WebRTC Janus, and it's in my Mr. Blue GitHub repository. It's an add-on module for OpenSimulator, so that you just check it out into the add-on module directory, build the OpenSimulator sources, and voila, you have WebRTC. It has a region module that connects into the region, that provides the capabilities and also makes sure that the region says that he supports voice service WebRTC. It has a voice service module, which is the thing that takes the capability requests and routes them to the right place. That, as I said, you could go to the grid service or to a local Janus service. Then there's the WebRTC Janus voice module that actually provides the connection to Janus. in theory, someone can make other solutions. If someone has their own audio mixer and wants to do it, they replace this part of the module. And then there's a voice connector, which does the connection from the region to the grid. And those are the main components of WebRTC voice. And voice setup is pretty straightforward. You just enable the voice, say which things get pointed to and loaded. That is, if they're both Janus, if it's a local Janus service, you specify that. If it's a grid service, specify that. And then you have to specify the parameters for connecting to the Janus service. At the moment, I'm using a simple API access key, which needs to be specified in the init file, and the admin stuff to control the Janus server. I also built WebRTC Janus Docker, which is also another GitHub project. And what this does is it builds and packages a Docker container with a Janus server that's set up to work with OpenSimulator. You just edit two files, one that gives ports and things like that, and another one that has the secrets, which are the access tokens. And so you can just run that Docker container, and it creates a Janus server that you can run. So the state of the Janus project. It compiles into the OpenSimulator sources. It has the README file on the GitHub repository. It provides non-spatial voice so far. So I have not done the modifications to Janus to do the listen to the data channel and do the spatial stuff, but that's simple matter of programming. And the group voice, at the moment, the connector to the grid service is not working yet. And so group is it's non-spatial and also restricted to per region. So what needs to be done is spatial voice, possibly modify the Janus audio bridge plugin, which seems to be the easiest way to go. Add the voice controls. There should be, Second Life voice controls include muting people and volume for individuals, and that needs to be added. The grid connector, like I said, and then hardening. Hardening is about how we recover from errors, because viewers will crash, the Janus server might crash, the internet gets connectivity problems. How do you recover from that? And to run it as a real grid service, it needs a bunch of hardening. And so what's next? So any developers can join the implementation. That GitHub project for the thing has a project page on it. Try it out, give issues, and join in. I haven't really talked a lot to the third-party developers. I've been testing with Firestorm, which seems to work great. You can talk to me on the OpenSimulator Discord. There's an invite on the screen, which should work. I'm Mr. Blue Guy over there, and you can email me. So I'm just a lone volunteer developer. More features will take time, and the integration into core and that sort of stuff will take time. But we have voice starting up on for OpenSimulator, and it's starting to work. There is another grid, Canadian grid, that is using it now, testing it out. In OS Grid, there's a region called Blueland, just BLUELAND, which is running the WebRTC services. I have my own Janus server up, and you can go there and give it a try. And there you go. Thank you very much, and I hope to see lots of issues showing up on my GitHub project.
Hey, thank you, Robert. We had a few questions for you during the session, and I may have missed a few because I was trying to type and enjoy this amazing session. Lisa asked early in the talk, what prevents a hack of the proxy Janus turn, etc., to eavesdrop or record convos for malicious purpose? Does it have true end-to-end encryption?
The implementation that I'm running now does not have end-to-end encryption. That is, I have not gone up to the adding the end-to-end secure connections for the audio stream yet, but that's to be done. At the moment, the connection is just from the viewer to the Janus server and from the Janus server to the other viewer, and so it doesn't use a Turin server at all. It just uses the Janus server as an audio bridge. It acts as a Turin server. So there isn't an extra component to be taken over.
And she also asked, max voice connected users per parcel with low latency and high quality. Is it in stereo or mono?
The Janus implementation is in stereo. And so that's what makes the spatial stuff eventually easy to add. In fact, Janus has all the stuff to do it outside using its own protocols. But what needs to be integrated is the Second Life data stream information and do the stereo stuff for that. The implementation does the protocol for the voice does include parcel voice and as well as group and person-to-person voice. So all of those should be possible, and it's all in stereo.
Thank you. Let's see. We had another question from Nick Zwart. Does it run on older versions? And I'm assuming it means for older versions of the viewer, or?
Yeah, it needs the newer viewers that support WebRTC, and I don't know I know Firestorm in particular has they had their beta program out, which had the WebRTC support, and I noticed the latest release of Firestorm, the released viewer, does WebRTC. The Firestorm people have done so far a reasonably nice job in that they can run either Vivox or WebRTC. So if the region actually says that it supports WebRTC, Firefox uses it. And like I said earlier, I haven't talked to all the third-party viewer developers, and I need to start testing with them. But it should, since I'm just using the published protocols from Linden Lab, it should work for the ones who support WebRTC.
Thank you. And by the way, we had a message from Eris noting that the Discord invite that you pasted has expired, so they may need a new one. I did give them your ID name in the chat as well. So
okay, well,
yeah.
and okay, I did try to select the does not expire thing on that, but
it's not easy.
Yeah.
So we had another question from Frank Ruloff. Can we still use another audio server if this was added to OS? And I think you just answered that with the Firestorm latest viewer and having the option for 2. But Frank's asking, can we use another audio server? And I'm not sure if he means Vivox or maybe something new entirely.
Yeah, like I said, let's see back here on this slide, the region module and the service module are generalized modules that take the capability connections and pass them through to the actual voice service. I've implemented a Janus voice service. Anybody else can implement any other one. I know there's I had originally looked at building a voice mixer using the audio service that's being used in the Overte project that actually came out of Hi-Fi a long time ago. And so, yes, you can build other services, and then you just point at them in the configuration file, and that's what they get used.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or thoughts, comments before we close the session? Let's see. Rain, Lisa has a comment for Rain. There is a custom version of Firestorm we're testing. Yes, there are beta versions. And if you join the beta version, they do have that link online. They like you to join the group in Second Life so you can give feedback even on the OpenSimulator version on its use. Well, thank you, Robert, for such a wonderful session. And please, as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 9:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled The Padorama, Simulating the Journey by Train from Manchester to Liverpool in 1834. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to the audience.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 9:30 to 10 a.m. session of the 2024 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation, The Padorama, Simulating the Journey by Train from Manchester to Liverpool in 1834. Our speaker is Graham Mills. Graham Mills is a retired university academic with an amateur interest in the history of Liverpool. He uses OpenSim as an aid to better understanding issues of place and scale in historical context. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to at OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. And of course, you can ask questions in the text chat. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here again, and many thanks to the organisers for the opportunity to be here, and also to the devs, the content creators, and the grid owners, without which none of this would be possible. I'm going to pop up some text as I go through. Hopefully, I might do it all in one go. As it says there, I'm not a historian, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a theatrical designer, which is an odd one to choose, but as a consequence, please take what I say with a pinch of salt. And my builds are very, very simple ones, so please, again, bear with me. So, we're interested in immersive experiences, and what I'm trying to put together here is a feel for what an immersive experience was like 190 years ago, and this is the Padorama. In 1830, the world's first modern railway, the Liverpool and Manchester, opened, and 4 years later, London was very interested in railways as well. It had been a great success, and they were building railways. As a consequence, there was an interest, a demand for understanding what railways were about, and the people who constructed the Padorama were obviously trying to provide a service in that regard. The Padorama had its own temporary purpose-built theatre. It was a moving panorama of the Liverpool and Manchester Railway. It took you on a journey of selected sites between the two towns as they were then. And it was exhibited between May and September in 1834 in the Baker Street Bazaar. As it says there, it was a handsome theatre built expressly for the purpose. It opened 10 o'clock till 6 during the summer months, and it cost £1 to enter, which was £3.50 or thereabouts in UK money, somewhere between $4 and $5 or euros. There was a catalogue to go with it, which cost an extra £1, so you were paying a reasonable amount of money to enter, and people expected a reasonable result. It later transferred to Brooklyn and New York, so there was actually an international trade in these things, and allegedly this cost some $30,000 at the time, which would be about $1 million today. A lot of things, however, have probably been lost in translation. Information on the Padorama is relatively sparse. Much of this presentation is necessarily conjectural, and I am kind of learning as I go along. It's been an interesting journey, and I hope you find it the same. The Padorama was based in the Baker Street Bazaar. This was not unusual. It's a shopping mall for the gentility, for the gentry and nobility. It was formerly a horse guards barracks, and as a consequence, lots of space in the parade ground there, but also lots of other buildings that were taken over by people selling various wares. Initially, it was horses, but subsequently, other things, carriages, for example, and ultimately rather upscale houseware. Oh, sorry. The location of the Padorama isn't clear, but I initially thought that it might be located in what was called the Great Room, which was a banqueting suite. And the following year, in 1835, it was used for the waxworks exhibition by Madame Tussaud. And this is a continuation of many exhibitions of large-scale artwork in the bazaar that started from the late 1820s. From a lighting point of view, there were 3 large ceiling lanterns. This might be important, but ultimately this was not a big issue because the whole building was gaslit from 1827. The building, I say, it actually occupied a block, or at least 2/3 of a block. So a very large area behind, relatively ill-defined, unfortunately. So the images that I'm going to show you a few of, there were 12 in all, presented over about 25 minutes, and they occupied some 10,000 square feet, so a very large-scale artwork. What distinguished this from other moving panoramas was that there was also a moving foreground, and yes, there were trains. In New York, when the artwork transferred there was a proscenium of some description. We'll say more about that in a moment, which was 40 to 50 feet wide by 24 feet tall. I've been working on a height of 18 feet, which gives an aspect ratio of 2.5. And the key feature there is that the aspect ratio of the images in a descriptive catalogue that came with that you had to pay for also had the same aspect ratio. So I think the rationale is that those were very similar to the images that were being shown to people. Most of them face north. As you can see from the map, they're non-contiguous. They are scattered across the distance between the 2 towns. Some are taken from close up, trackside, some are more distant. Historically, most of these moving panoramas involve scrolling the calico canvas between 2 spindles, but this was different in as much as it was steam powered and it operated continuously. So it didn't matter when you came in, you could the whole thing continued on a loop, as it were. It tends to focus on civil and mechanical engineering. People would expect there to be dramatic effects. I can't promise you that, hopefully, but this was the norm for this kind of thing. They were very popular in their day. So here is a couple of the images, one of Manchester and one of Liverpool. The artworks were developed under the auspices of a company called Messrs. Marshall, who had a long history in this. The lead artist was probably a guy called Philip Phillips. In fact, he would have led a team of artists. He was a student of a very eminent scene painter. A lot of these people worked in the theatre. There are lots of crossover between the two. A guy called Clarkson Stanfield. Marshall's panoramas were normally termed peristrophic, which means that they revolved around the viewer. This was unusual in as much as it was referred to as a disynchrotron. And by this, I understand that it means that they were controlling both the background and the foreground. As we've said, it was subsequently shipped to the USA, and after some delay, some 6 weeks or so, was displayed firstly on Brooklyn Heights in 1835, and subsequently in New York on Broadway in a place called Niblo's Garden, which was an entertainment center. We then lose it from view. Okay, so the proscenium, which I'll say more about, and I've already mentioned in the US iteration of the Padorama, was conventional for moving panoramas at that time. So basically, it was enclosed in a kind of stage. Oh, sorry. Just during the past week or so, however, it's become clear iteration of the Padorama was not in a proscenium format, but in a variation rather, of the format, the peristrephic format that I mentioned previously. So we can see, for example, that according to one person, steam carriages describe the arc of a circle in their course. There were sound effects. The carriages and locomotives make rumbling noises as they appear, and they die away as they recede. It was based in a rotunda, a cylindrical building, and the foreground revolves with the picture. This was thought by some to be a tremendous advance. And as we've said, there were model wagons. So as far as the London version was concerned, this is probably what it looked like. This is in fact a rotunda that I built many years ago because there was one in Liverpool on Bold Street. The picture on the right shows you inside the Bazaar Rotunda, and with a bit of luck, we'll see that later. And you can see the train circling there, the avatar on the platform, and behind the moving image. Okay, so I think that's as many images as many slides as I'm going to show you. I'm now going to try and res. Please bear with me. So this is the first slide, the first image that people would have seen in the rotunda. I'm going to present it, however, as though it might have been seen in the United States. In the sort of more in the other format. Sorry, this was my original thought as to how it would have been encountered in the bazaar. The great room itself was located on the 3rd floor and probably actually extended above the 3rd floor. So as that wheels into view, bear in mind that I now don't think it was in the great room, but rather in a rotunda, and that rotunda was probably in the parade ground. Bear in mind that, as I said before, this was a horse barracks. So that's my working hypothesis at the moment. So this is a conventional view of what a moving panorama might have looked like. So I'm going to, the curtains served a purpose on their own. All right, it's catching up here. So this is the conventional moving panorama. As I imagined it, it was originally intended to be in the great room, so it would have fitted in quite nicely. This is the stage that you see, the proscenium. I'm just going to open the curtains with a bit of luck. So there we see, and in fact, if you look, you can also see the black edges. That would have been the more common proscenium in later times. The curtains were useful in as terms of people need to dash out and change things around. They could close the curtains again. So this is the first slide, which was probably quite a generic starter slide. Bear in mind, this is just a continuous, so this isn't anywhere in particular, but it shows the locomotives. So it gives a chance to read up from the descriptive catalogue about the importance of locomotives. So it's a bit clunky, but maybe it was clunky anyway. So we're moving across now to the next image. The whole performance, as I say, took about 25 minutes. This is roughly twice the speed, so please bear with me. That was a particularly odd choice of locomotive, incidentally, because it was actually rather a failure in terms of the design, and there were many different types of locomotive in use at the time on the Liverpool and Manchester. It was very much an experimental railroad. Okay, I'm going to stop at the next image. Bear in mind that there was no stopping in reality, so this is my version of events. Gives me a chance to catch up. Okay, now this is the Water Street Bridge, which was the first cast iron railway bridge. The departure station is on the right, and the arrival station, believe it or not, is on the left. They were on either side of the bridge. I'm going to swap to the other lectern if I can. Oops, excuse me. That's it. So we see one of the things that was kind of special about these was the ability to crossfade. So there's no train here, for example. So perhaps in a standard diorama situation, they would have crossfaded into a train. And this was done basically by back illumination of a painting on the reverse with a train on. And this basically shone through on top of the image on the front of the calico cloth, which was relatively translucent. And we'll fade it back out again. So this was one of the effects that they used. Occasionally, you will notice that we don't actually see the station, but they would also drop images into scenes. So here we have, admittedly, a modern photograph of the station dropped in. So we move on to the next image. Although I'm standing at the lectern, and in many cases there were lecturers presenting on what the viewers were seeing, interpreting it for them, perhaps telling jokes, funny stories, singing songs, doing monologues or duologues. In the case of the Padorama, it's likely that you will be reading the descriptive catalogue as the image changed. Again, you'll see there's an upright piano towards the right. In the case of more upscale productions, it might be even a band or an orchestra, or just somebody playing an accordion. But again, I suspect in the case of the Padorama, there was no musical accompaniment. Whether that changed in the United States, I don't know. So we've just moved along a little bit. You'll notice that it's not completely continuous. In fact, these two shots aren't very far apart. Whoops. But now we can see the train crossing the River Irwell, and in a really fancy presentation, the water would move, all that kind of business. We're moving on now across the river and into a town called Salford, which was originally intended as the destination for the railway. And I'm just going to stop there and show you, hopefully, I'm sorry, a train. I did promise a train, so I will at least show one train moving across. I'm sorry, I've run out of time. But there is a train coming across, and we could also put up a foreground, so we can have a moving foreground, and we can have moving gravel, and everything is very laggy, but you'll get the idea that in theory, at least, it was possible to facilitate some kind of journey experience. Okay, I'm very fast running out of time, so I'm going to stop there and just show you the. So this is what it might have been a little bit like in the States. But finally, I want to show you the rotunda. So this is what I think it was like in the parade ground. Now, you have to imagine that this rotunda is in fact brought down to the ground, and so the entrance would have been through a stairway through that central part that you can see there. This is the, I've just got a couple of images here. The point to make is that these images fill up a very substantial portion, not only of the view, as it were, for the person standing there. They're moving much faster now than they would have done, but as a consequence, they had to have some means of either compressing images or or adding them in, as it were, to the sequence, and this had to be done behind a curtain. So in all likelihood, you only saw part of this platform. There would have been some kind of partition across, and the train and the images would have appeared from there. Now, whether the train actually was at this level, I've got a very small train here. It's much smaller than the previous one, but you get the idea that it's very if you're standing on that platform, it would actually seem much larger relative to the backdrop. So in conclusion,
Awesome.
yeah, I'm more or less there. We'll step the slow goods train. I don't think we've got time for that. So this was ending with the rotunda. The scale here is arbitrary. I really haven't spent much time on this one. So we've got two different presentations likely in either side, and it may be that the delay over in America was involved in converting from one display format to the other. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is it. And amazingly, everything worked. So thank you very much indeed.
And you got a lot of applause from the audience. Absolutely wonderful. It just takes you into the past century, an immersive experience back then. How wonderful. Are there any questions to Graham? Black, black, black.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham, for this informative and fascinating presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 10 a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Virtual World Play, Neuroplasticity, Transfer of Learning, and Discovery Learning. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo Region 2, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10:30 a.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation Virtual World Play, Neuroplasticity, Transfer of Learning, and Discovery Learning. Our speaker is Xenon Darrow, Virginia Dickenson. Xenon Darrow has been in virtual worlds since 2006 and in OpenSim for 3.5 years. She's the founder of Wolf Tech, Wolf Territories educational community, as well as the Wolf Territories ambassador for the WWEC Virtual Worlds Education Consortium. Xenon is a real-life instructor, designer at a major medical school, often using AI and virtual world media for content and design. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hi, everybody. This is Xenon and Virginia Dickenson in real life. I'm so privileged to be here in front of all of you. So a couple of things. I don't do podiums. I walk around in real life, and I'm going to do my best to walk around in here. Sorry for any wardrobe malfunctions earlier. It's the open sim grid, so have so much fun. And I don't mean Oz grid. I mean, we're on the open sim, so things get crazy. So let me begin. I'm just going to move right into this. And the first thing I want to start with is, the term neuroplasticity, see, I stumbled over it as well, is a term that's kind of come to the forefront in more recent years, right? So back in the days when I was in grad school and even through my career as a consultant and in higher education, I didn't hear the term bandied about, right? Neuroplasticity. And now it's everywhere, right? And I think part of that is because I am part of an aging population. I'm 60, but I tell people my avatar can stay young and beautiful forever. I'm 60, but I notice that when I talk to people, and I notice when I talk to other people, we're kind of ageless that way. If we're in the virtual world, you hear what's in a person's voice. So I want to say something about that in terms of what is neuroplasticity and why is it relevant to the virtual world. So Wenger and Kuhn in 2021 tried to clarify neuroplasticity for kind of the mainstream, and they said neuroplasticity denotes the inherent ability of the brain to adapt with macro scale changes in response to altered environmental commands. That is fancy, right? And I tell people, I don't consider myself an educator. I mean, I am an educator, but I refer to myself as a learning environmentalist because what I do in my field and in the virtual world a skill which is going to become very relevant in what I'm speaking about. You are exercising your neuroplasticity and you're making it better and better and faster. So Klein and Jones in 2008 said this in one of their journal articles. Neuroplasticity is believed to be the basis for both learning in the intact brain and relearning in the damaged brain that occurs through physical rehabilitation. So what does that really mean? What are they saying? They're saying that you can build new pathways in your brain, whether your brain is currently healthy or whether you've been injured. It doesn't matter because that's how powerful our brains are, and we actually have the capability to physiologically change them through exercising our neuroplasticity. And I really like that term, exercising. And by the way, Beth, I love that you said that to your middle schoolers, and that's part of what makes me passionate as an educator, and clearly you passionate, is because being able to impart to people, hey, you can make a difference for others and you can make a difference for yourself. So what are the activities that really promote neuroplasticity? Things like reading, creating art is a big one, learning any kind of new skills, playing puzzles and games, including video games, meditation, expanding your vocabulary, learning a new language. I'm actually going and using Duolingo now. I'm kind of addicted to it, and they use a gamification model. And there's many, many activities, basically anything that you're doing that engages your cognition at a higher level is building new synapses, and you're creating a positive transfer of learning most of the time. Okay. So as we look over here, I'm going to move. I'm actually going to walk, and we'll see how well that works. Look at me go. Okay. So here we're going to take a look at, what video games, MMOs, and RPGs, and are they really relevant, right? And I think a lot of you already know this. I mean, you know that OpenSim and virtual worlds are relevant to you, but we hear a lot. I know, right? It's the fab. We're hear a lot from particularly my generation and slightly older, that video games are a waste of time. They're unhealthy. All these unhealthy things happen. And I'm not here to say that video games are perfect, but no learning environment is perfect, right? So here in the States, our military has long been involved with using assessment in video games for recruitment. And in 2021, in 2020, there was a well-established U.S. Army group, and it's an esports group, and they're still in existence. And they use a team of elite game players that they have selected. And they use Call of Duty, Battlefield, and similar military strategy video games to recruit. Now, I don't know if you've had any relatives. Some of you may have been in the military before, and I don't know if you've had any relatives who have recently been in the military, but when you go into the military and they're recruiting you and you fill out your application, there are fields where they ask you, what video games do you play and what's your proficiency, what level do you play? And at the beginning of your stint, they're actually going to assess how proficient you are, okay? But they can actually, yes, exactly, Call of Duty, Battlefield, but also they'll use anything that basically uses strategy and teamwork, not just the FPS, the first-person shooter skills and the punch, kick, kill. They'll look at things that involve strategy in other ways, like Grand Theft Auto. I know there's a lot of punch, kick, kill and first-person shooter in that as well, but they're also looking at these MMOs where people have to strategize. And then we have instances where video games are designed to teach us something. In addition to, like, we're seeing that the objectives of the game are tied into primary and secondary learning objectives that are outside the game, right? So I don't know if y'all are familiar with Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, but on that game, and now, by the way, they're into like their third iteration, so it's been wildly popular. There was a neuroscientist in Cambridge, and he's a neuroscientist as well as a psychosis expert. And that game is designed to give you an experience of what it's like to be schizophrenic and having a psychotic break. So you're in there, this character is in grief, right? She's in terrible grief, and she's hallucinating, and she's hearing voices, and everything is very dark for her. And you're really seeing this from the perspective of the avatar, of the character. And the game successfully promotes empathy. It promotes self-awareness. If you have psychosis issues, it's a fantastic success. By the way, it was about $8 million to produce, which is teeny tiny in the world we're talking about. And I have a personal experience with a game called Dust 514. It actually was part of the EVE Online universe, and they melded it. It doesn't exist by itself anymore. It was put out in 2013, and one of my good friends who worked for me at the time, as a handy guy, right? Young guy in his 20s, very bohemian, eschewing all things corporate, right? And he got involved in the pre-launch of this game, which was fascinating to me as a business person. I had a consultancy, and the way they were marketing and the way they were involving people. And he goes into this game, they put their team together. They're big, all of them have this experience, they're big strategists, and they begin to recruit. Before he begins to recruit, he becomes the recruiter, and he comes to me and says, this is what I'm doing. So we lay out a plan for him, and we talked about doing the money ball strategy as opposed to the super ball strategy. So they build a money ball group, a group that has synergy instead of being focused on one or two major guys, right? And over a few months, they grow themselves, but not huge. They are very careful to recruit internationally in such a way that when they do acquire holdings, they're covered 24/7. So that's a big strategy, right? I have a team in the South Pacific, and then that South Pacific team waits till all the Americans are asleep, and then they go take their stuff. And they fix it. And then he does an espionage recruiting campaign for spies, and I help him define that. And when this was all done in a few months, no huge teams would challenge them. Like, they'd basically come into an area and they just go take it, right? Just go. It wasn't even fun anymore because they were so successful. And at the end, he's telling me the things he's doing. He's the recruiter, he's the enforcer, he's the manager, he designed training programs. And I just looked at him and said, oh, you're a human resources director. Like, and it hit him. These skills that he's learning, that he's creating for himself in this game, are the skills you would use in this position. And for me personally, that personal experience demonstrated the power of positive transfer learning through this game. And by the way, that game is a great example of almost pure discovery theory in action, pure discovery learning. These guys started with nothing except their previous experience, and they had to figure out how to do this. He knew nothing about being a human resources director, but he created that for himself. And that's action learning, right? And how often do you see that anymore as a deliberate strategy? Like, the term isn't even popular. So I became absolutely fascinated with this. What is it? How are we taking for granted these beautiful discovery learning environments? I love that y'all are commenting. You have no idea how much joy that gives me to hear y'all commenting about this stuff. I think it's fabulous. And I'm going to wander around a little bit because I'm looking at myself backwards. Okay. So I want to move into the next piece of this, which I need my notes up. So guess what? I get to quote myself. I'm so excited about this. So I did a part of a textbook chapter that I co-authored last year, and this was concerned with multi-generational learning in higher education. I'm an instructor, an instructional designer for a major medical school, and that's why they were asking me about this. So this is talking about the differences between like boomers and Gen Xers as students in higher education. And in the school where I work, the majority of students are in the younger millennial range. I work with a school of nursing, and even younger than that. So yeah, we have boomers and Gen Xers, but they make up a much smaller portion of the student population. And in the courses I design, I expect to see a larger population in the millennial range with significantly fewer, and this is actually from the book. What I'm telling you is what I wrote. In my course, I expect to see a larger population in the millennial range with significantly fewer boomers and Gen Xers based on the corporate population to whom the course is designed to appeal. The exception to this may be demonstrated in the virtual world population of OpenSim, where I am developing the course components and where the average age of the population appears to be in the 54 to 57 range. The very early adopters of video games who tired of the monetization in other virtual worlds and MMOs, massive multiplayer online. Okay, so that's you guys. You're in a textbook chapter. I'm talking about you. I'm excited about that. Okay, and I meet people throughout the hypergrid, and what I know is how much they take themselves for granted. You have no idea. If you're here, number one, if you're an OpenSim, you represent something in terms of learning and neuroplasticity. And I'm going to get into that in just a bit, okay, really briefly. But also, you represent, if you're over 55 in here, you represent an anomaly. You're an anomaly. And I believe everyone I know that's even older than me here takes it for granted. Brilliant artists, brilliant landscapers, okay? Brilliant script manipulators. And they all like, it's nothing, right? It's just some stuff I do. It's not, you know, there's a huge lack of valuing. It's amazing the things that you learn. And I see this, and then the other thing I notice is like no fear of tech, right? Like, oh, I'll just go learn this new thing in Blender. Oh, I'll learn how to use DAZ 3D, right? Yes, Beth, you are a lifelong anomaly. That is absolutely right. So I was very happy that a couple of people jumped up and they said, hey, we're going to share with you. I'm hoping I can do a real study on this, but we're going to share with you about what our population is, right? And this is very generic. There's no critical information here about individuals. So one grid has 1,600 accounts. The average age in there is 59, the average. Now, to give you an idea of what that looks like, the age range is 32 to 71. So if I have an age range, which is a big range, right? A big range. To be 59, how many people, what's the disproportionate number of people that are in that older range? That's huge. Now I'm going to qualify this, right? Because how many alts do you have? I have 4 right now, okay? And I'm going to say I'm kind of a alt pig. So let's say that 4, but let's be generous, right? Let's say everybody has 4 alts. We're still looking at a sample size of 400. That's significant. And on top of that, my experience has been people don't lie about their age on their alts. They may alter it, 1 or 2 months or 1 or 2 years, but they're still going to represent that skew. That skew, I believe, is real. Okay. Like I said, I'm 60.
I hate to interrupt, Xenon, but you have 1 minute left.
Okay, got it. All right, so what are some of the things about virtual worlds that are different from video games? Freedom versus restrictions, you're an author versus a reader, you get to create instead of be determined, and most importantly, you're coming down with meaningful skill building that creates a positive transfer of learning. We're seeing Albert Bandera's social learning theory in action. We get to see Skinnerian work at action. We get to see discovery learning, and you are doing the discovery learning. Discovery learning is the underpinning of OpenSim. And I'm going to leave it at that. My timeline and my personal stuff, you can always come talk to me about it. Okay, I'll never shut up. A little blurb, as you can see, that last slide is about the Wolf Tech Conference coming up in January. We're looking for fabulous poster sessions and some speakers. If you click on that, it will give you the citations from this presentation and also some landmarks to go visit some of our great, organization areas, and then the link to apply to be a speaker or presenter and come to the conference. So thank you. Y'all were awesome.
Thank you,
I hope I didn't put you to sleep.
And you raised a big discussion in text chat about being abnormal or normal or anomalies.
I like
Thank you ever so much
anomalies.
for this input. Wonderful.
You are all wonderful anomalies. Thank you.
Thank you, Xena and Dara, for this informative and very interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, You will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 10:30 in this keynote region and is entitled Chain of Thought, AI, the Condor of Mind. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10:30 to 11 a.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Chain of Thought, AI, the Condor of the Mind. Our speaker is Art Blue. Reiner Schneeberger, aka Art Blue, is a pioneer in digital art. See more at http://art.blue. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to OpenSimCC at the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Lear. Some of you might have attended previous Open Simulator conferences, and those here last year might remember the word when I showed artistic images created out of text prompts by using AI software. That became quite a game changer in art communities, surely also controversial. But what comes next? What is this AI computed world in virtual existence? Well, I would need hours, but I have only 20 minutes. And I have to make it enjoyable, right? But even if I fail, please stay. Juliette will present a bit of the reality that is behind my words. So Marcus, with no further delay, you may play the pre-recorded audio file. It will run for 14 minutes. Then I will answer questions if there are any.
Chain of thought. The word, in 3D. In the year 2013, I presented Volcanicus, the volcano of art. Over 50 artists donated their works for the art container. The collection spans from 2003 to 2013. Today you can visit this treasure. Sadly, you can't touch the works. You can't feel the height, width, depth, so you miss presence. You might say, of course, it is a cultural heritage for humankind. This said, you will sit out of sim like birds on a long stick that brings you close, nearly in range to touch. Don't stand up. The abyss will kick you out. While my words may speak to the future, they still resonate today. Take Rembrandt's Night Watch, cut to fit a new space, forever losing significant parts. Or consider Leonardo's Mona Lisa, unnoticed for 350 years before the Louvre displayed it in 1911. We can't afford to let the same fate befall the pieces upon which our digital culture is built. I know you cherish mesh. Some of you might even look with pity on our prim ancestors, the primitars who created Volcanicus, works based on cubes, boxes, spheres and tori. But don't forget they had sculptes. There was depth coded in colors, like the famous apple and the leg of Phil Rosedahl, which made it on the cover of Res magazine. Only time will reveal how the efforts to preserve early digital art will be perceived. Perhaps the past will be recounted through authentic synthetic voices, the very voices you, esteemed members of the 2024 OpenSimulator Community Conference, are hearing live today, as we still describe it.
Juliet, Kisma, please speak to us. There's a fish in the sky. Your text is supposed to come in now. Oh no, is your Skype down right now during the conference? Could such a coincidence really happen? No problem. Let me pass your text to the Mission Voice module to cover for you. I repeat, so you experience the power of cloned voices. In this case, the one of the real art blue. Juliet, Kisma, please speak to us. There's a fish in the sky. Your text is supposed to come right now. Could such a coincidence really happen? No problem. Let me pass your text to the Mission Voice module to cover for you.
Art and audience of the OpenSimulator Community Conference, look up. There's a fish in the sky. My apparuses contain fish from your 2014 conservation is flying above the audience in the hall.
Later, when Kisma presents the Fairyland installation at OSCC Meta, you'll hear her natural, uncloned voice. While her voice cloning differs significantly, mine, the voice of Art Blue, sounds remarkably realistic, thanks to my training of the Mission Voice system. Every sound you hear, every word in my presentation, is entirely generated by text-to-speech. No human voice was used at all.
Much of that past is worth remembering as we prepare to leave the current stage of digital existence behind, the era of Mesh, Blender, and Maya. Let's take a moment to look back on the journey before moving toward what's next. I'll begin with OSCC 17, where one biennial was presented in 2018 at the Santorini Biennial. Virtual art had made its way into a real biennial, proving that immersive art, experienced through avatars, could be recognized as true art. In 2019, we asked, how can OpenSimulator save the world? And the answer came in the form of a fridge. Some of you may recall the presentation on the frozen mind of Commander Doolittle in Dark Star. It was both entertaining and thought-provoking. Stein's tool for exporting entire worlds, OAR files, to Unity and an app for VR headsets was also unveiled that year. We even explored a new world, America, as Americans had centuries ago, when Europeans crossed the ocean to discover new lands. Now, most OpenSimulator users live in that digital new world.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
Spacious. Where is America for you, Rory?
It's an example of having fun and
beautiful.
A place of love.
Independence.
What is America?
America is individualistic.
Sodas.
The American dream.
What is America?
America is a place and it has a flag for 50 stars, a blue square, red and white stripes.
My name is Aylara and I'm an exchange student from Turkmenistan. I was not born in America and I actually don't live in America. students here, America became for us a second home.
For those who missed these moments, there are machinimas created by WizardOz Chrome, which offer condensed views of these projects. History is important, but it's not everything, right? My presentation Chain of Thought ushers you into the future. The Messian AI is ready. Juliet, please present the tool that will change the world.
Right away, Art.
Today is the day where this magic moment happens, where words not only create paintings as we did in the past, today words will create objects. I post to AI Messian, and there shall be a stone of art.
Art, one moment. Why state that art is the king of creation? Why not peace? Why not bring the magic in?
You are right. Let me change the prompt to Yellowstone reading piece. You shall have the result in a few moments.
I see the sky has turned yellow.
The integrated Messian uploader will do it. Just go into the upload pose, hold the AI in one hand and a base plate in the other.
This way?
Yes, now the outer world and the inner world of OpenSimulator will handshake and the object we are waiting for should res on it. Ah, I am stunned. That is a word premiere. I mean a world premiere for the word. Juliet?
I must admit the stone is nicely textured. The object not only looks good, it also has shadows and fine lines over the surface. All by one system, a system you called Messian AI.
Exactly, Juliet, exactly. That way words get meaning in a three-dimensional world. That is part of the New Deal. A few years ago, we began putting words into machines to get images. Now we are creating objects with meaning, a meaning that comes out of the words. No longer a thinking process must separate between form and face. In the future, by forming sentences, complete worlds will be created. Words will no longer be isolated, they will stay in context. That leads me to the next and final word. We invite you to go to the installation at SimMeta. I turn the microphone over to Kisma. No longer you will listen to words made by a machine. You will hear the struggles of a human to find the right words to comment this change.
Art, do you mean that I am imperfect? Damn it. I can also generate you a glitch. I am the goddess of sound. Kisma cannot help you. My voice outpowers every human voice. It is just a matter of time that also the Messian AI will outfox human constructions.
The quotes for America, in a word, have been taken from pax.org. I am Pal, an English African AI voice.
The credits delivered by Pal with her English African voice conclude this exploration of unnatural natural voices, what we commonly call synthetic. These voices, however, are advancing rapidly and may soon surpass human voice artists in delivering a flawless first reading of any text. In my talk Chain of Thought, I delved into the connection between text and imagery, linking back to the word from last year. A video of the session is available. We explored text-to-mesh, creating a peace stone from words, and even ventured into text-to-code, which may have gone unnoticed. Let me elaborate. The yellow peace stone effects you saw have been created via Linden scripting language, generated entirely by AI from descriptive text. The script was copied directly by cut and paste without any modification. Perhaps next year I will dive deeper into this rabbit hole of text-to-code and coin, a term for this process, akin to how a rocket is launched. I find text-to-code too technical and prompting codes inadequate. Communicating with AI feels more like an artistic endeavor, slipping into the machine's mindset and navigating the nuances of misunderstanding. It reminds me of how users and programmers interacted in the 1980s. Back then, programmers often claimed users lacked the ability to articulate their needs clearly, but a good programmer could work through this user ignorance. My book, The Gods of Informatics, reflects on this golden era of coding, when coding was a mystery to most people. Today I place everything presented here under the umbrella term Messian. This avoids tying the work to specific tools or systems, as we cannot predict which technologies will gain relevance or dominate the future market. I hand the session back to the audience, marking the conclusion of this pre-recorded stream. Thanks.
Allow me to clarify as the moderator, neither my voice nor any of the voices you heard were the natural, spoken voices of Kisma, Juliet, Art Blue, or Reiner Schneeberger. What you experienced were entirely synthetic voices generated from text prompts.
Thank you, Art, for that great presentation. You know, there was a question from the audience. I don't know if you saw it. It was from Lisa Laxton, and she asks, do you have a list of AI tools you found most useful?
I surely have a list, but I don't want to give it out because it changes so rapidly. So this is a problem. If you say this or that, a few weeks later, it changes. So you can ask me in private and I give you what I'm using, but I would not recommend anything right now. It changes too fast.
Thank you, Art. Any other last questions before we move into the next part of this session? Well, thank you, Art, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session. We'll begin at very shortly, in fact, and it's going to be OSCC Meta Tour. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Art and to Julieta for being an excellent model and the audience.
Hi, Lear. You can
I was
actually segue through.
I know that's what I thought too, but I wasn't sure how we were
We're not
doing that.
offline, we're live.
Okay, great. So we will continue. Pulling up the next sheet. So next we have Juliet Surreal Dreaming in the OSCC Meta Tour. Julieta is Kisma Stepanich-Reidling, and she is a writer, artist, and creative guide. She notes that art is my soul food. I could not exist without it. Currently, as I transition into a new stage of life and gain a different perspective, I am translating the experience into my art. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session's being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Well, hi, everyone. We're having a little difficulty with my slide HUD. I'm trying to get that first slide up here. So I'm going to go ahead and just start talking, I guess. I do have a speakeasy, so I guess I'll just do that for now. What do you think, Lear? Should I just do that?
that sounds great, because you're going to take them on a tour over to the actual region right after this. So we're only spending a few minutes here.
Yeah, we're about 8 minutes here, and then
That's
we're gonna do a hop.
Great.
But I do have slides to present, so I don't know what.
If you
Okay.
take your hood off and put back on again.
Okay.
Yeah, detach and reattach.
All right, I detached. Now I'm going to reattach. Let's see if that works. It's not working for me. Well, should I be
You could right click it and see if what's in the contents. Let's just take a peek and make sure you're wearing the right HUD. Every once in a while, I have more than one.
No, it's the right one. It
Okay,
is the right
so
one.
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So, all right, you guys. Hey, I will use my speakeasy. I am. Oh, now it's gone off. Boy, talk about not good flow for me. All right, here we go. This is Kisma Reidling, and I am also known as Julietta Surreal Dreaming. And here we are. It's another year of OSCC, and I am really excited to be here as always. And thank you, Lear, for the introduction. So I have to start off real quick by just sharing about this presentation. Scripts are disabled on this Perhaps you also need to activate the correct group. Aren't I wearing the correct group?
You are.
No, I didn't hypergrid with it on. I put it on here. Anyways, we're trying to get to the bottom of this. I don't want to take up a lot of time here, but I do have a few things to say that are important with regards to what's happening here. I wasn't going to give a presentation this year because I had agreed, or I volunteered to for Art Blues presentation, chain of thought, to hold up that mesh item. But wasn't that a great talk about meshing and AI? Anyways, I made some objects for his flags exhibition. Thank you. And after that, I got sidetracked into designing and creating an installation that he was actually very gracious to host on Meta. And that's kind of interesting. But I settled into the idea of being his Besides, I was really happy with our arrangement. I'm going to be honest. I just couldn't think of what I would want to present on art without sounding like a broken record. And besides, I was creating something new and virtual that was, in essence, transforming my outlook on AI technology, and I was enjoying it. And I need to say something about that. Well, first, our lovely Lear came in November and said, Julietta, I haven't received your application. Where the heck is it? We've saved a place for you right after Art's presentation, just like in previous years. And I had to tell Lear I'm not doing it one. And she's like, well, yes, you are. And I'm like, what am I doing it on? Yes, we're all creatures of habit. And Lear was the one that suggested transformational art. And I'm like, okay, that's a good idea, but my friends, how can you say no to Lear? I mean, could you? No, you can't say no to Lear when she comes to you. But she told me about an article that she had written about transformational art and AI, and I instantly said, you're part of our team then. And she said, okay, and voila, here we are today. So it's not just me standing up here. In a minute, you're going to also be hearing from Lear, but I do want to say a couple things about transformational art. Okay, this is my little presentation. It's going to be about 3 minutes long. So here we go, transformational art. Okay, art is healing because art is transformational to the mind, heart, and the soul. And I just explained the transformational process 2 presentations with 3 presenters underwent, uniting us on a transformational art sacred journey. I'm calling it a sacred journey because it involves art. And I can say that very few things in my daily life transform me or my reality or takes me on a natural sacred journey, except my involvement with art. And of course, by now, I think most of you already know or have guessed, I'm an artist in all worlds of reality. And my presentation about art is art as a transformational tool. That's redundant. I realize that. So art is a transformational tool no matter what reality it is created in. My daily art practice constantly transforms my multi-dimensional life. And in fact, my art has given my life a continual sacred journey. So here's the core. I once read, sacred journeys are a symbiotic experience, and the one which involves an artist is a deeply soulful one. For it is this type of journey in which art guides life, where art is another form of teacher, in which life inspires creativity on a sacred path of vision. And I can testify to this as truth. Art is transformational. The end. I know. You're saying what? Too short a presentation. Well, okay, what about this? What about this, my friends? Let this presentation become a transformational tool for each of you with the next few sentences I say. Each one of us here today is an artist. And if you refuse that noun, what about each one of us here today is a creative? And if you're still rejecting this idea, if your logical mind is unable to allow yourself to claim what I'm saying, then consider this. By virtue of the fact that you either design and build or create code or do animation scripting, and because most, if not all here use virtual technology to educate others, suggests, and loudly I might add, that you are a visionary. Visionary, creative, artist, all the same meaning. Each one of us gathered here today under the aegis of visionary creativity, AKA as artists. So wrap your mind around that. I consider you an artist. So why not consider yourself an artist? Because you really are. Now I'm going to acknowledge Art Blue. He's a visionary artist. And I am going to springboard off of his chain of thought because we're getting ready to jump. So get your jumping shoes on. But in his direct way, he's the one that brought up virtual artistry, which seems to be accepted by all in virtual worlds as AI driven. But I do have to qualify one thing. As a hands-on artist dabbling creatively in virtual reality, I've struggled with the progress of AI intervention into the creative field of artistic expression. AI images, AI text, AI music. Oh my God, we heard my voice cloned as through AI means. And next year, I don't even need to be here because Art Blue's going to clone me and have an AI figure up here, and the AI clone will speak for me and in my voice. So, you know, there you have it, right? That's right. So when AI image technology hit virtual worlds years back, I have to tell you that this was really a struggle for me because I didn't consider it to be, yeah, exactly. I am completely clonable. But I don't consider, well, I'm just gonna keep jumping because you don't have my, we need you all, Buffy, you're so sweet. All right, you guys, listen, I got involved in text to mesh AI. That's right, AI, and I created an installation and it has transformed me and I'm loving it. And we created a whole installation for you, and we really want you to come see it because that's the only way that you're going to fully appreciate text to mesh. I could load up things here on the stage for you to look at, but I want you to come on over, okay? I want you to come over to the mesh with us. This is the tour part, and you'll still be able to go off and have your lunch and do all your other things because we've brought these together. But I do want to say that it was Art Blue who chained me and dragged me to the doorstep of AI technology, forcing me. Okay. He didn't force me, but yeah, exactly. All right, so we're going to Meta now. You're going to see his flags exhibition, which got me into all of this, and my little universe. I designed and created it called Fairyland in Meta using a text to mesh. And over there is where I will answer questions and where Lear will also share about her creative insights into transformational art, transformational AI. And I want to thank you all so very much. And look, I'm going to show with you the jump right there. We're going to use that jump, I believe, or you can go off of the meta teleport system where you see the word meta.
Thank you, Julieta. But before they jump, I want to thank you for that wonderful and fast overview. It was exciting, but I still don't think you're clonable, okay? And when we go, you can also search in the world map for Meta if you didn't get that link. But as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which happens after the Meta and the break, and it is at 12:30 p.m. in the keynote region, and it's entitled HIE, Celebrating the Many Languages of OpenSimulator. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Art and Julieta and to the audience.
And to you, Lear. So you guys, I'm hopping over. And for those of you choosing to stay here, our time comes to an end. But see you there. Thank you, Lear. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Marcus. And I could keep going on naming all of you. But here we go. Hopping over.
Bye.
Bye.
down to a bit of
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation HIE, Celebrating the Many Languages of Open Simulator. Our speakers are Mal Burns, Thursa Ember, and James Atloud. Mal Burns is a host of In-World Review, a weekly news and discussion program mostly focused on the hypergrid, which has been running for over 15 years. Mal has used virtual environments for nearly 2 decades, is concerned about user interfaces in general, and has a wealth of media and design experience behind him. In the organic sphere, he is now retired and uses his experience to deploy and promote immersive spaces. He also has a Twitter stream, Mal Burns, which provides news links on a daily basis. Thursa Ember is an open simulator visionary and organizes the Hypergrid International Expo and the Hypergrid Safari. James Lloyd, James Atloud, is an Avacon volunteer staff member and a fan of Open Simulator. He also does a weekly webcast with Mal Burns. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org, the speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back. Good to see you all again for yet another year. Today, we're here to talk about HIE, and as you can see from the slide, it stands for Hypergrid International Expo. Now, our focus is going to be on the expo itself, but just to give you a bit of background here, we're going to look about the hypergrid itself, which is, well, it's a whole cultural landscape in itself, ready to explore. What do you think, James?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, good gracious, I love the hypergrid. The ability to, so much like web pages, go from, one server to another, hosted by different people with their own purposes and visions and dreams. It's really been a wonderful experience, and I spend a lot of time crisscrossing the hypergrid.
And Thursa, any extra thoughts?
Yes, thanks, Mal. Yes, I think the hypergrid is a great resource for us all. If you think about the creativity that we find in OpenSim, it's incredible. There's so many different kinds of builds, but it's very easy to remain in your little universe and really not know what's going on outside. So the hypergrid gives us this possibility to get out there and see what other people are doing. Travel broadens the mind. It gives us a chance to put ourselves in context, as well as learning so much about what other people are doing.
Indeed, broadens the mind, helps you expand ideas and encourages tolerance, combat tribalism, gain perspective. It's very odd in many ways. The travel, as the quote here says, broadens the mind. It's as much the case in real life as it is in the virtual life. And in some cases, people can't travel in real life. So the virtual life is a substitute. And we, the hypergrid is, the ultimate universe of a lot of worlds, all connected thanks to OpenSim. No walled gardens, just, one big world. Create new friendships, collaborations, which I think is one of the main things about OpenSim. Defeat tribalism. I love that. And there's a point here, actually, somebody else put in saying, enhance your appreciation of your own home. Tell me about that one.
That's true. Yeah. I think it's also true that it's very different to Second Life, where obviously, once again, you can jump from place to place, and there are many people from all around the world. But in OpenSim, thanks to the hypergrid, you can jump to grids that are run by completely different people on completely different basis quite often. They have their own culture, their own ideas about how to do things. So it really is truly a chance to travel around the world rather than just traveling within sort of the one nation, if you like. If Second Life is a nation, then OpenSim is an entire continent of different mentalities and different ways of doing things. So it does take some, certainly takes some a certain amount of tolerance, but it does also help us to realize that one tribe isn't necessarily better than the other.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, we'll be looking at some of the multilingual facets of this as we go on. That's a particular thing about it. In the intro, Heike mentioned that you're behind Hypergrid Safari too, and I suddenly realized that Hypergrid Safari is just one way you can do all this traveling and exploring, because we have a little club that meets every Wednesdays and just hops here, there, and anywhere. But there are also many others. Anything you wanted to add about HG Safari before James moves on?
Yes, it's absolutely right. There are so many different worlds out there with different ideas, and so it does help to get to know these different places ahead of time if we're going to bring a group there. So, and sometimes they can be quite shocking, quite surprising, the different things that happen on different grids.
Indeed, indeed. So, James.
Yeah. So, we talked earlier about, all the different regions and areas we can go to. What seems to happen a lot is that English is kind of the common denominator in so many of these things, but not everybody is comfortable speaking in English, not to mention just public speaking, period. And not all OpenSim residents even fully understand English. And so, as we've found when we travel in the Safari, sometimes, we'll want to have voice on, but if we're talking in English, it's difficult for other people. And it's, again, what we really realize is that non-English speakers have a lot to tell us. And, why are we limited by English? And does that sound about right, Thursa?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Quite often we'll have a safari visit on a grid where English is not the first language by any means. Sometimes the person doesn't know any English at all, or just that basic English just to get by with OpenSim. And so when we meet somebody like that, it's quite scary for them to have this international group come along and want to learn about their sim. The HG Safari visits, it's not really one of those music and dancing type events. We try to learn about the regions that we go to, and we meet the host. So that means quite a lot more commitment from the person who's telling us about their region. And it's definitely true that there's a huge amount of people out there who have a great deal to say about building, about their culture, about their ideas of community, about OpenSimulator code, that do not really know enough English to feel comfortable speaking that language when they meet with the HG Safari group. And so that's a bit of a challenge for them. And that's really why we try to stick to local chat, written chat, because that makes it easier for everybody. It kind of levels the playing ground a little bit.
Oh, that's so true. And Mal, we've talked before about some of the fun that we have with voice. I know that you enjoy speaking in voice more than typing, but it can still be a challenge.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I used to type a lot, and somehow the typos all increase over the years. It's just decayed to nothing because I really am a voice person. And as soon as when Linda Labs brought voice first to second, well, actually, it was Skype that got there first. But once we have voice, I mean, I was sort of blabbering my mouth off everywhere. That's what we do. But it is very true. There are useful things like when I'm talking in English or something on the video or something, there can be translations, but that doesn't do an hour or two later when the replay starts. So, it was very important for us to find ways of, communicating across languages. And the key for us was, sorry, my throat there, the community side of it. And we have groups that basically do translations for individual languages and things like that. So we've just come up with different ways where people can communicate. And for example, we have 4 languages.
Mal.
Sorry.
Mal, I was just going to ask you how many times it's happened to us that we've gone on safari, for example, on a French grid, And first of all, people are all complaining
Right,
and say, "Oh, you should have the Safarian voice because you're just making work for us, and we just want to talk." And then we go to a French grid where they love to speak full volume, full
It really
speed in
is. Yeah.
French, and all of a sudden, all the English speakers are like, "Oh, can we please go back to writing because I
Right.
don't really know what's happening."
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
we get our just desserts, don't we?
That's
But
right. Well,
yeah,
and for all these factors, what happened then, I think there was the inspiration for this idea of the Hypergrid International Expo. And so, in 2017, the idea came to have, how can we have an emphasis on language, something that is not all English speakers, some kind of a translation system, something that is maybe a little more Eurocentric, maybe more around the world. And so I wonder, Mal, what was part of the inspiration for this conference?
right. Well, basically, the inspiration, it just came out of the blue in many ways, but basically, Sersa and I were talking, probably after a safari or something like that. And I don't know what the spark was, but we suddenly thought, we've got to do that. We have SLCC and we've got OpenSimFest and various things, but nothing quite like what we had in mind. And I think the expo bit came later, but we thought we'd do something in at the time it was European languages, but the focus had to be not on geography, but on the language itself. So people from Canada, the US, South and Central America have been involved as presenters and attendees, and we have blocks of talks in each language. The fact that we don't have a session just in somebody's language, I don't know, Hindu or something, doesn't mean that they can't partake. English people can come and they join the English group and they see all the translations in English. And we have a load of booths, which we'll come to later, where people can exhibit from all over the world, really.
Yeah, I've changed the slide, Mal, so can you tell us more about how was 2017 organized?
Indeed, I'm bugging the lead here, as they say. Right.
Yeah.
Well, a bit background on the 2017 event, which is where we started. We had talks in 4 languages over a weekend. It was 4 half days, except there were actually 4 half evenings. At least they were on the European side, which is more than enough. And we had things like Cherry Manga, a wonderful visual artist, doing us an RC light show. And performers like Werlen Wabbit is a wonderful blues artist performing at the ending concert. And we had Sims on Craftware, which were donated by Legal Raw. And I took some of the original elements that I know Thursday knows about from the Fandoria grid and fixed them up our way, basically. Maybe you could, your reflections, Thursday.
Yes, that's true. We spoke to Ariel Delamere Libre. She's a German artist. She makes things in OpenSim still today, and a great deal of mermaid stuff. And she also made some wonderful steampunk items that Mal was able to take. And alongside those, he crafted the very first auditorium area, so that we had quite an intimate little area there. And as he was saying, these are the 4 sessions that we had, 2 on the Saturday and 2 on the Sunday, very much inspired by OSCC, but giving a voice to people whose first language isn't English, so that they can have a chance to tell their stories in their own languages.
Absolutely. Well, you can see on the slide here, I know it's in the top right corner there, but you can see a picture, which I think was probably the first one. It hasn't changed much until this coming year. And, we built it, so it looks a bit more intimate. It's a bit like a nightclub, not a nightclub per se, but that sort of intimate thing. You imagine you're watching an awards dinner and it sort of feels nightclubby, even though the focus is on the stage and what's going on. And mixing effectively art, music and talks. And of course, one of the key things, if I'm not jumping the gun here on my script, is that there is no language, or rather it's a universal language when it comes to music and art. You can appreciate those whether you speak the language or not, and and you can always use the interaction to actually almost learn a new language if you engage, with the community enough. So, James, any final thoughts on this this slide, as it were?
Well,
this our breakdown here.
Yeah. Being on the streaming team at OSCC, and again, I like the comparison to OSCC. We did make an effort to record that 2017 conference, and I actually had forgotten that I was involved with that. And then I remembered that I had terrible technical problems, and so for that first event, fortunately, Marcus was able to jump in, Marcus Llewellyn here at OSCC, and rescue the recordings of the conference.
That was absolutely wonderful. You just never know. We prepared everything. We couldn't possibly go wrong, could we? But it was the first one, and just about to go. First session going on air now. Press the button. Oops. Hello. Anybody out there?
Anybody there?
Marcus, as I said, Marcus and Joyce came rushing in and helped us out with the first session, and we were okay after that. We were back with you and everything else, but they got it going for us. So thanks to Avacon for that, actually. And the only other thing I was going to say is that we revived the idea after 2017 in 2023, which is a big gap, but we'd had COVID and all that lockdown, which you'd think would be an excuse to do one, but we came back with it, and we've increased our core team to include a wonderful lady called Tosha Tyran and a techie person, I suppose you could call him, Kelso Uxley, and we've been doing it to date on the craft grid, but as of this coming April, we have a new grid for Safari, which also has the new HIE arena in it. So, Thurza.
Yes, a few changes, but really the format very much the same. The 4-block format, so that it's a Saturday and a Sunday. In general terms, they're the main European languages, if you will. So there's German and French and Spanish and Portuguese and Italian. Those tend to be the languages we use. And we also were able to revive up the group subtitle system, which we'll be talking about again in a minute. But of course, the new feature was the art performances. And again, that's going to be mentioned later in the talk. And that really did change things, because instead of having 3 lectures or speeches given for each language group, then we began having a speech followed by an art performance by somebody who belonged to that particular language, and then another speech following it. So that kind of breaks up the event. And again, it kind of fits the nightclub, the evening setting that we have there on HIE.
I'll just interrupt you there. It's a note from you, actually, saying that the event celebrates everyday life in OpenSim, and it's not so much about using OpenSim as a tool for some external project, but it's more about community. OpenSim is a place in itself with its own ecosystem. You wrote that down here, which I thought.
I would say that's very true. There's people that we've been so privileged to hear speak often do speak about things that are a little bit more to do with life on OpenSim in general. So the themes do change. We don't have a set theme. People can speak about anything they wish, much like here in OSCC. But they tend to break down into 4 different groups. So we have technical talks, which might be about scripts or tools or how OpenSimulator works. Then you sometimes have people, Zori Jupiter, for example, came in and she gave a talk that was her personal experience in OpenSim, her life experience really of what it means to be a singer in OpenSim. And sometimes we'll have people give a philosophical talk. We had Dings Digital speak about the importance of not being materialistic in a virtual society, which is a really wonderful talk. And then, of course, some people come along and they tell us about places, which is another wonderful side of OpenSim. The story behind how a grid started or why a region was built, that can be fascinating too. I'm just curious which of those you prefer, James, if you can pick
Oh my
one.
goodness. Well, being a technical person, I mean, I love the art. I love so much of the conference, but the technical parts are so interesting to me. And I remember Jeff Kelly came and spoke, and he spoke about some of the technical aspects. And I'd seen some of the studio television things that he's done, and of course those resonated with me. And then Kelsey Uxley, I remember him doing his presentation on moving things in OpenSimulator, and just the very fluid movements that he had. And of course, he demonstrated things by climbing up and down an enormous ladder, and those things really stand out to me.
How about you, Mel? What's your favorite of the four?
Traveling and the arts and all of it, but actually when it comes down to it, and I think of my show and stuff, I'm probably swinging towards the philosophical. I just love discussing these things. Sometimes it would be talking about it again, and sometimes something will just pop up, another little spark, and you think, wow, that was worth a chat. So yeah,
right. It's the people behind the pixels, isn't it, that really comes out when you get to hear people speaking in their own language and just being able to express themselves. So this slide also shows the breakdown of the languages that we had in the last two events, which was in 2003 when we did the event in, I think it was October, and then in HIE 2024, which was in April. Right. So we had on the Saturday we had German followed by French, and then on the Sunday it was Italian and Spanish, or in 2023. And in fact, the Spanish, there were South American ladies that came along. We had Victoria Logan and Nazira Avro, and we had a wonderful Spanish art show by, of course, Tosha, who lives in Spain. She did a show about the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao. And then, of course, in the last event we did, instead of Spanish on the Sunday, we had Portuguese, which was a challenge to many of us who could get by in Spanish, but Portuguese, that's
some of it. Always thought of it as much the same language, but we live and learn, don't we?
Of course, there we had we had Zori speaking in Portuguese because she's from the Azores originally, and we had Kat Ragu too. So that was wonderful, doing some art.
We got the new slide up there. Yes, Tosha's Guggenheim thing is the lower right one there. That's a miniature, isn't it? She put on top of our stage. I mean, it's an accurate recreation, virtually, of a miniature size, of course, of the Guggenheim. It's wonderful, Bill.
Yes, of course, the real thing on her sim is full size. Yeah. It's the size of the actual museum as far as avatars goes. But she made a miniaturized version just to show us how the little pieces come together. And as you can see there, looking at the top of the slide, you can see Velasquez Bonetto's particle show that he did for the Italian group. And then on the right-hand side, that's Lampitala Artists show from Pangea Grid. She's German. And then the bottom left is something by Terra Meriam, who's French. Yeah. And that was a show including NPCs. And we've already mentioned Tosha's Bilbao Museum, which you can see there. It's all pink. And in the center is Cherry Manga's great display that she did last year, which of course is the way these shows are so immersive because it kind of takes over the auditorium. And I wonder, Mal, did you have any thoughts about that?
Oh, I love Cherry's stuff. But actually, I laugh because I think when you speak to Cherry, there's no such thing as a stage. She wants the region, not the whole world.
So true.
And I think it was actually the 27 one, actually, that we first saw. She had this thing that was traveling all over the sky above everybody's heads. And it was just, I don't think with any of us had anything like it. I mean, since then, last time she had this going up in the sky for something. But here, the whole thing, as you can see, it rezzed out into the audience. You know, depending on the table you were sitting at, you probably couldn't see anything because it's surrounded by mist or something. She really pulled out the stops. And of course, all these things went with music. And that really made it too. You have the art and the music, and often just combined together. Cherry's case, you know, everything.
Was this your favorite one, James? Or did you have another one?
Oh, I loved, Yeah, I really loved Cherry's performance during the program at that time. And of course, she does other performances as well that were not necessarily in the stage. But one that I really liked most recently was Skyfall by Toots. And that was just so amazing how all of the audience was transported up to, 1,000 meters in the sky to experience the event. And then at the end, we were dropped and we fell down 1,000 meters. And just as a camera person, it was fun to capture the drop and then capture as avatars landed onto the bottom of the ground. It was great.
Quite literally thrown
That's
down.
right. And we should stress that all these art exhibits that you can see here just a little photo of. Everything was filmed during the events, so that anybody who wishes, they can go to our YouTube channel and go watch them. But I have to say that really to be there is so much more immersive. So it's just delightful. It's nice to see the video, but to experience it in person is a real treat.
It really is. Yeah.
They're also different too. This picture, I hope, kind of captures that. Everybody comes to this idea in a very different way, with different strategies, with a different language, and with different expectations quite often. And so that's all part of the rich pattern of making this event happen. It's kind of like theatre.
Truly is.
With Mal as
not to mention
stage manager.
that quick turnaround from October to April, from 2022 to 23. That was 23 to 24, right?
So James,
yeah,
you're the ideal person to talk to about here about how the event works. The subtitles, the streaming, the introduction, the art events, and the tech assistant needed, and talking events, and blah, 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 you name it, and the subtitle challenge. So maybe you'd like to tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, definitely. There's so much to describe, and of course, organizers here of this conference at OSCC and the OS Fest and the upcoming Wolf Territories conference, it's a very complicated operation with so many moving pieces. And fortunately, we also have a great community of volunteers and contributors to put it together. One thing I wanted to talk about was the streaming aspect, and coordinating streamers that are there and available to follow the events, which actually requires a fair amount of rehearsal and practice. The streamers need to know what's going to happen next so that they can record it. Another level of this is the introduction of the art events needs incredible technical assistance because, and Mel, I think you can talk to this about the art events often are synchronized with music. And so that music aspect and the timing, is really amazing. Can you talk more about that?
So I was helping on stage and stuff. I've been running the audio stream, and of course, in the downtime, I can just make up a playlist, make sure it's not copyrighted or whatever, and then play it, mostly ambient things. But when it comes to the events on stage, it tends to be a completely different system because usually the artist who's doing a visual thing will give me a piece of music, not a link to it, but they'll actually send me an MP3 file. And for example, their session will normally be 49 minutes. No, sorry, in our case, well, I think, yeah, is it 19, something like that. But anyway, we get given the music, and of course they've edited it to the exact length of their performance. And I have a plugin for Discord that actually allows me to play the music on my hard disk, and it goes into Discord, not in the background, but as an actual voice channel. And so it can be mixed, with our actual voice. But, again, Cherry Mango's the person that comes to mind. I mean, a number of times we changed the way she wanted it, basically. You can't get away from lag completely. All you can do is minimize it. But, she wanted to be able to say to me in voice, start now kind of thing. Oh, not in voice, but cue me immediately. And she wanted to be able to hear it in her own headphones in real time so that she could cue her movements. Not all that was possible, but we got as close as we could. But it was not easy, to do that. yeah, with the other performance, it was similar. You know, we would have the music in advance, and they knew they were on stage for 90 minutes. We had the music that lasted exactly 90 minutes, maybe with a fade out or something. And yeah, it was fine.
One of the problems is quite often that these are speakers that don't really, unlike perhaps a lot of the speakers that come to OSCC, who've done it before, perhaps many times they've spoken on this stage. Our speakers, because they're not really used to having an event that is a conference for foreign languages, it's all very new. So that makes it a pretty steep learning curve with all the different aspects. So yes, that can be a challenge too.
Well, then I think we come to the thing that really stands out to me about Hypergrid International, and that is the languages.
Oh,
and the team that we have and the idea that people came up with about how are we going to deal with the difference of, you know, having a German speaker, a Spanish speaker. Of course, we have Spanish listeners in the audience, but how do other people hear? And so this concept of using subtitles is I guess Thursday, would you like to start and tell some of the inspiration about how the subtitle system came about?
Well, yes, I live in a bilingual household, so I'm used to seeing a lot of doubled up comments. I think we all kind of are these days, where you've got a comment in 2 different languages in local chat. And it can get quite confusing and quite difficult. And these days, people sometimes put up a translator that has 3 different languages. We know that now there's a translator that you can put on your SIM that will send to everybody the translation in their own language. But for many years, this has been an issue. So to try and overcome that at HIE, the idea came to me to create different language groups so that each person can belong to the group that has the subtitles in their language. And then they don't need to be reading it in local chat. They can just read it in group chat. Perhaps they don't always want to read it. Perhaps sometimes they want to guess what the person's saying and experience that that feeling when you're immersed in a foreign language. But it does allow that 3 people can be sitting at a table. One can be an English speaker, one French, and one German. All of them listening to a talk in Spanish, and each of them reading the subtitles in their own language and not disturbing each other, because you just only see the subtitles that you want to see. In each case, it kind of lowers lag and it makes things much more of a group experience. Everybody's different, but at the same time, we're all there together.
Something
oh, go ahead, Mal.
Well, something I point out at this stage, actually, many years ago, I had a history in comic books, and when you translate it to a foreign language, you'd have to make sure there's room in the word balloons for the language with the most words. And hope that the small number of words in the big balloon didn't matter.
So true.
And this is much the same with these translations. So in some cases, they're actually synopses, but you know, you want the person in the group to be able to read something in real time that corresponds with what's being said on stage. And you know, there'll be a lot of little anecdotes and things that don't come into the chat because they are anecdotes. They're not necessary to get the message across.
Yep. Yeah, it's really something. And the team that does that does interpretation, practice, rehearsal, working with the presenters. It's fantastic. All right, so next slide, I think.
Yes, we're on the
and I just throw
another
something in
aspect
here from the text chat.
Hi, Heike.
Oh, yes, please, Heike.
Sorry, because Lisa, she said that she's just read there's something a hub she raised. If you touch
the
hub
translator hub, yes, there's a couple of those knocking around in OpenSim right now.
Translator.
Yes, yeah,
that really doesn't apply in our case because the person's speaking in voice. So that
I would say
in a conference when people are speaking.
Yeah, not so much a hub.
Anyway, coming back to our expo booths here.
Well, the translator as a heads-up display, just out of curiosity, behind the scenes, enables me to set my language and the language of the person I'm talking to. And although you don't see any of this during the event, it's allowed me to communicate much closer with people in a foreign language, because it translates the text on the fly for me, just in normal conversation, and that is useful. It helps get something that's like off the ground, you know. Sorry, I busted that one, didn't I?
There's a couple of those translator orbs that have just quite recently come out, and they are very effective. I know AMV have a very good one too. There's a lot of people are using now. So I mean, that's really handy if you're using local chat and writing. But coming back to us, the expo booths is another aspect of our conference. Whereas it's true that the speakers tend to be native language in something other than English, this is a part of the event that everybody can be involved in. So what you do is you get a booth, it's very simply made, and then you modify it to make it appropriate for your project or your grid or your region. So it tells your story. And I think that's one of the funnest things that Mal came up with. So Mal, can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yeah, it was a minute ago said 2017 is a long while ago. Can I remember, I ask? Yeah, I know we were talking, and yeah, I thought we should have this long and winding road that went round 3 of the 4 sims, you know, so people could walk along it, see some art exhibits, and have these booths along the way. I think I came up with the original booth. I think I'd had it on one of my old regions.
You
And
did, yeah.
oh yes, we'll just plop that there, and people can decorate it the way they want. And I know is it Tosh or somebody's remade it with mesh now, and so it's much more efficient as well. But the layout is still there, and in our new region where the stage is in the middle, the actual winding road goes in a full circle. And you know, just these wonderful booths that you can customize as you go along there, and it's almost a show in itself, because it's not like a trade convention for books where every booth is a book shop. You know, it's a multitude of worlds. Some of them are actually worlds.
That's exactly right. Multitude is the word for it.
Yeah.
The original, I think the original event we had maybe 70, and this last event we had over 100 of these booths. So they represent all kinds of different places. Some places that people maybe have not heard of before. And so the expo, this part of the event is open several months before the actual weekend of the conference, and it's open afterwards too. So there's loads of time for people to come along and take a look at these booths. I wonder, James, did you have a favorite?
2001, and of course, you know, science fiction. I love that. The booths are amazing, and I see them as a blank canvas. And what people do with each of these booths is just tremendous. There are 7 surfaces on which you can put an image, but they become so much more than that. And in the way that we celebrate language, we're celebrating the grids and their different themes and cultures and purposes. And the booths are a whole nother aspect that I really enjoy.
I remember in
it's a fun way. We try and keep them. We try and keep them all the same size, so that there's no competition between the different grids. Everybody has the same amount of space to use, so nobody's kind of given more room than another grid. But it certainly is very confusing when you go through them all. So much to see.
I remember in a certain other place very early on, you know, there was a competition where you res one prim. That was all you were allowed to res, and the competition was to see who could mangle it into the most attractive thing. One single prim, you know. So it's the level playing field.
So everybody who's here today is welcome to join in that expo part of the build. We'll be opening that very, very soon. And so if you are curious and would like to know more, again, you can go to our YouTube page. And in fact, Pet Love, Pet Shop, has made a series of videos just to showcase how to make a booth, what's required, what the limitations are, and so forth, what to do with the booth when it's finished. And she's actually prepared that with the help of different volunteers around OpenSim. She's prepared it in 7 different languages. So if your first language is Japanese or Italian or Portuguese, don't worry, you can go along to our YouTube page and watch a video explainer in your own language. So that's a real treat for us.
I think it's our first active
helped
You
out with
should-
that too, didn't you?
Sorry?
Asking me?
James, you did
I think it's
one
the first
too.
time we've had a... Never mind, sorry, carry on, James.
Well, no,
No,
my thought.
I was going to ask James what the
Yeah.
experience was like making the video.
Oh, it was amazing, and honestly, Pet Love did an amazing amount of work because, and Mal can attest to this too, is that you write the same script for everybody to translate, but how long does it take to say expo booth in English compared to exposition booth in German? The time is not the same, and so these videos can run the length from 2 minutes and 20 seconds to 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
That's
And
true.
so I know, Mal,
Yeah.
that's similar to what you've experienced.
Indeed.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's a question in the audience. Lisa again is asking a question. But again, Lisa, if you watch the video, it tells you all about it.
That's
It
right.
shows you where you can get the booths.
Yes,
Everything's
there's,
explained in the video. So
there's an
that's
old-
really the place to go.
There's a URL on that slide in front of you, and that's just go to YouTube and look at them all. There's even the Japanese contribution. That's the first. So we're expanding.
Yes, they participated last year, so we're hoping this year to have between 100 and 120 booths, and people are already handing theirs in. So if you're interested in participating, please watch the video, go get your booths, and get it made. That would be great.
Yeah, and you know, there hopefully will be some more videos coming. We've got a few months yet before the event, and I hope we get some more videos. I
That's
would like to
true.
do a video
There's no
about the
charge for these
translation
booths.
system. Yeah.
That's right. Yes, we don't charge for the booths. Anybody can do it. And if you have a region on a grid, if the grid is already represented, that's not a problem. If you would just like to have a booth that's just about your region, say you're on OS Grid, for example, you don't have to feel, well, OS Grid will already have a booth. So, you know, it's covered. You can have a booth that just represents your region, or if you have a project or something that you're doing, that can also be represented by a booth. In World Review has a booth. I remember with a
That's
gorilla
right.
in it, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I should have said that was my favorite. Uh-oh.
Oh, right. I refuse to. I refuse to give out favors. Basically,
That's good.
I'd rather stay friendly with everybody, you know. Even though some of them are obvious, aren't they? Really? Yes. Heiko's actually put that link into chat in World 2. So all you got to do now is actually click on it and go there. Gosh, golly, isn't it easy when you know how? Right? Is it my turn? I think yes.
It is.
Yes, indeed.
2025.
Indeed. Yes. Barely a month away now. We're in December, aren't we? Time flies. Yep. I would say one thing I meant to get in just now. If you look at the side there, the actual address grid, hgsafari.org, note the port number. It's not standard, 58002, and then HIE. That's where the HIE grounds are, and you can get there now. And it's that grid is for Hypergrid Safari too. So, but the port number, don't slip up. Don't slip up. Right.
Yeah, we actually have a portal over on the Expo 2 region here on OSCC grid. If you go to Expo 2, there's a display that talks all about HIE, and there is a portal there that can take you to the region on Safari grid.
Indeed. Yeah. Okay. Now the big difference is, you know, slightly technical, I suppose. Firstly, we have a new grid, and it's now on a grid called HG Safari, which is obviously the home base for the Safari itself. And HIE has its own island region, big region in that. It's now a VAR region, so it's big. I think it's the equivalent of 3x3 or something. So instead of 4 separate regions with border crossings, it's now one big region, and there'll be no problems with, you know, sort of staggering over the border between sims. And it also makes use of NPCs for art performances and things like that. The more room for them, but also, you know, it economizes on lag and things like that, or rather lack of lag is what we want. And as I think we mentioned already, the new one, the next one has been moved to April. This was in April, and the one next year will be enabled too. So it's still 4 months, well, 3 months practically away. But as I say, you know, get in touch if you want to be involved. Now, as I said, we've said it, and we have to say it again. Don't be put off by things like European time and European languages. Evening in Europe is daytime USA, so we can think right across languages, not geography. And
yes, it begins at 9 a.m. Second lifetime, Pacific time, 9 a.m. So it's really the afternoon in most of the USA. Not that everybody here's in the USA, obviously, but one of the great differences here is that it makes, because we're on one big region, that makes it a lot easier for us to do things like have an EP that is more interesting, perhaps. And of course, we no longer have the region crossings that caused a little bit of havoc for people trying to move from table to table.
And streams, audio streams. Displays. Oh my goodness.
Yes. And
yes.
Just one stream.
One stream, one grid. No more worries about parcels. Yeah, so yeah, much more streamlined infrastructure is what we can expect, and I guess what we've got, and certainly more room for that expo, as I said, you know, that it will now be a complete circle with the auditorium, the newly built auditorium. You can see on the slide, it's actually in the center of the whole region. So the expo and the parkland, as we call it, goes all the way around now, and we can fill that up as we want. So I think
we have some lovely artwork by Tina Bay. Just wanted to mention her. The Argentinian artist. She's made some lovely stuff for us, so it's a real treat to walk around in the parkland too.
So I noticed we have about 3 minutes left, so I better be careful here. I was going to say, we have a big list of names. Now, we're not going to read out these. As I said, no favoritism here. That's just an example, and there will be people missing there of people who've helped us behind the scenes. So if you see your name up there, we'd really like to thank you. And if you don't see your name up there and think it should be, well, we'd like to thank you too. And sorry about that. Anyway, these are all people who've helped out with recent HI events, etc. And and the website. And yes, we've got them now. You can get hold of us, and the icons there on the right. The top one is Discord. The one below it is YouTube, I believe. Then there's the Facebook, and then finally MeWe, if you still remember that. And so we got groups on all those platforms, plus the site you see in front of us. So final remarks from James first, I think.
It's an amazing conference. I've enjoyed being a part of it. And just a reminder that you can be a part of it too. And if you would like to volunteer to help out with translating, greeting people, there's so many opportunities. Just, find Thursa. We have, of course, that Discord channel. And it's been a blast. I thank you guys for inviting me.
Great. And Thursa, some closing thoughts.
I agree very much with what James has said. It's a very positive atmosphere. People are quite often a little stressed because it is quite a stressful thing, as anybody who's performed on this stage will tell you. But when it's a bunch of different languages, that can have its own challenges, especially when there's a lot of NPCs and particles floating around at the same time. But yes, it's a joy to do. And we're really looking forward to the 2025 event that's coming up in April.
Indeed. Well, one thing I think we can be thankful for is that we didn't have to do this panel in all 4 languages. hand out
I can help with that. Ich werde das einfach mal auf Deutsch jetzt schließen. No, I'm quite happy to take 1 or 2 questions from the audience.
I see that
there's one still.
There are sometimes some days that it's a little more stressful than others, but it's so rewarding at the end when you see everybody on the stage that they've really wanted to tell their story so many times, and this is finally their chance to say it in their own way, in their own language, and that is really that's reward enough. It's a joy.
Absolutely, yeah.
That is wonderful.
So,
it's a joy to hear this. Maybe just if we're waiting for one more question from the audience, Can I ask whether that region that you so lovingly prepare the HIE for, is that region used throughout the year then? Are you doing
No, it's
additional
dedicated
events or
region. It's just for
It's
HIE.
there.
It's
So is it?
dedicated. You could go visit now, but it's just only for HIE. It's dedicated just to that use.
Wonderful.
And Safari, of course, but that's a different part.
Well, the Safari has its own region, but because obviously the grid is more than just that one 3x3. But yes, it's just for HIE.
Okay,
Wonderful.
well, thank
Thank
you
you
all.
so
And,
much. Yeah, thank you, Mal, Thurza, and James for this wonderful and informative and interesting presentation of HIE, Hypergrid International Expo. And as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 1:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled History in Virtual Worlds, Conquest and Tragedy. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation, History in Virtual Worlds, Conquest and Tragedy. Our speaker is Andrew Wheelock, Spiff Whitfield. Spiff has 17 years in virtual worlds education with the Virtual Pioneers and Islands of Enlightenment. Among his accomplishments are the roles of educator in elementary education, technology integrator, now technology director. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bio, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Again, my name is Andrew Wheelock in real world. And my most common name here and in Second Life, for those Second Lifers, is Spiff Whitfield. And as the speaker, or as my introduction mentioned, I have been in virtual worlds for 17 years. In OpenSim, I've been doing work probably 15 years in OpenSim work for elementary students. So I want to the title of my presentation is, History in Virtual Worlds, Conquest and Tragedy. And I think that illustrates the work that I've done in virtual worlds, and I don't want to leave the session as tragedy. I want to hopefully give people maybe some hopes, and I'm going to offer out an opportunity for some collaboration if people are so daring that are listening. So let me just tell you some of the work that I've done, and I think had pretty good success with it, and also some of the work I've done in Second Life as well. And then also to just really outline some of the, challenges that happen as well. So first of all, I'll give you just a little bit of my background. I was an elementary teacher for 13 years, and one of my passions in teaching was history. And I, love teaching my students history because I loved history. And I remember the moment that I discovered that I loved history was in 7th grade when our teacher, and again, I'm going way back, I'm 58 years old. So I'm an old dog, but as a youngster in 7th grade, I remember our teacher brought in the movie projector and showed The Red Badge of Courage with Audie Murphy. And that was the moment that I just loved history. And it just sparked a curiosity in me, and seeing the visual of that battlefield scenes, even when it was black and white and Audie Murphy back in those days, that just sparked my imagination and curiosity into history. And I've been hooked ever since. And so when I became an elementary teacher, I really wanted to share that passion. And I believed that the passion was there for history. But when I went to share that with my students, again, this is late 90s, early 2000s, the kids really weren't interested in history. And I think the best way at that time was to grip their attention was certainly through movies. There's not a ton of great movies for elementary school that really latch onto history. And then the textbooks were very dry. Again, we're still kind of using textbooks. Technology was just at its infancy. The web was still in its infancy, and so we were mostly, at that particular time, it was mostly, one way. It was students absorbing content rather than, they're having an interaction with history. So fast forward a few years, when I got my job as a tech integrator, I worked for 17 years as an integrator, and basically we would go to different districts and do technology integration workshops with teachers. So it was a really dynamic and fun job. And so my boss at the time said, hey, listen, there's this virtual world stuff coming out. Why don't you check out Second Life? and see what you think. And, most of my colleagues at the time, yawned and moved on. And even I was a little skeptical when I first started and thought, come on, like a video game, is this where we want to, take kids and education? And when I got into Second Life, I immediately thought, wow, this would be the magic to capture kids' attention about history specifically. And, when I first came into Second Life, there were a lot of builds, and one of them was the Holocaust Museum. And let me just put in my first website here. I'll click on the URL. See if that'll show up. So that really sparked my attention, and we got some server space. We downloaded OpenSim, and we created a virtual world. We created our own OpenSim virtual world and the first project I wanted to do, because seeing the Holocaust Museum in Second Life was, wow, this would be great for teaching kids about the diary of Anne Frank, or the diary of a young girl, Anne Frank. And because when I read that book, again, that was also in 7th grade, I couldn't imagine how you could hide in what the annex looked like just from reading the book. I mean, the book was so powerful, and yet I couldn't figure out, like, what did that annex look like? So I thought this would be the perfect starting point, is to get kids to see what was life in the annex life by giving them a virtual experience. And so that was the first thing we did. I had some great people helping me. For those of you in Second Life, you probably know Serena Off Course, who's an amazing person. She did so much of the building and help. And we had collaboration all the way around, including from the Holocaust Museum, from the Anne Frank house. I mean, we had some really great people. PBS helped. So it was a really wonderful experience. We put it into, we basically recreated the building and the streets of Amsterdam circa 1942, and gave kids an amazing experience. And you can see behind me on the slides. Yeah, hey, Serena. You can see a little bit of what that project was like. And hopefully on the website, you can see it as well. I put a lot of pictures in there, but you can see first in the top left-hand corner, there's a picture of Anne's desk in her room that we recreated. And then there's at the end of it, the kids create a reflection candle. You can see all the candles on there's a kind of a shelf there, and there's a waterfall behind it. So kind of like if you've ever been to the real world Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., it's an unbelievable experience. And the last thing you do as you go through that museum is come to a reflection area and light a candle. So with that in mind, that's what the students did. And then within the candle, they created a reflection. And that's what, thanks, Beth. And it really was. And that's what really gave us a hint that this was powerful, because we were worried about this particular subject. While we wanted it to be engaging and fun for the kids, we also didn't want it to be, it's a game rather than the Holocaust was real, and the Holocaust, had real horrific implications. So we wanted to, play that balance. But the essays were the thing that really told us that we hit that sweet spot in the balance of making it engaging, but also make it powerful learning from that experience. So the kids wrote really good essays, and it was just really, to me, showed that we had a success, and that and the kids, if you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see they made their own display about the Holocaust, and that they had some theme of the Holocaust they had to do. And at first they were just creating basically Google Slides presentations and bringing them in. But over time, then they went and they were creating, we had students creating tanks, they were creating, exhibits. They were really, it was just awesome. And it was, again, if we think of the Conquest versus tragedy. This was our conquest. We conquered the idea of creating a really immersive experience that gave kids a powerful experience that let them be a curator, that let them share their learning, but also gave them a perspective of the book. Again, the book is really the important piece. They have to read the book and then have the experience of being in the house. And I did think it gave them that whole idea of being in a cramped space for, what I believe they were in there for two years, which was an incredible success story. But so that was my first experience. So from learning about Second Life in that Holocaust museum, we did this, and I'll be honest, there were a lot of bumps along the way. We got a grant for this. That was huge. There was a lot of learning. Again, my tech guys and me, we'd never done this before. We never put this on a server. We didn't know how to run. For a longest time, we were getting these just crashes, kids would come in 5 minutes later, everybody'd crash. And we couldn't figure it out until we figured out it was voice. We had enabled voice, even though it wasn't working, but that was pulling bandwidth away and causing these crashes. So once we kind of disabled the voice piece, then everything worked fine. And we really had rarely ever, significant crashes, but it took us so long to figure it out. But it was a community that helped us figure it out. Back when Google had, what was their kind of community thing they had where you could kind of join a community and answer questions. They got rid of it. Google, I want to say Plus communities or something like that. Anyways, so that they were part of the solution for helping us. So that was definitely a positive, a conquest. The grant was super helpful because it not only gave us money for my time, the IT guys' time, but it gave the districts technology. So we were able to get schools to sign on to this because they got laptops, they got extra things they needed to power the program. And so a lot of schools were like, wow, this is great. We get free technology. So that was year one of it. Again, successful. Let me bounce to year two. I know I've got limited time, so I'm going to try and stick to my program here. So year two was what was known as the Heir of the King project. So we thought okay, the Anne Frank piece is up and running. Let's try a medieval sim. So this one, I had a great teacher and a colleague who's still a really close friend of mine, Mary Howard. She's a middle school teacher. She came on board. She does a medieval unit where there's sixth graders. And so we thought, let's try and do a medieval unit. And this one was, again, it was a lot of work, but with her curriculum pieces and her creativity, and my ability to kind of leverage, my friends and builders and to build our own, we created a kind of a gamified learning experience where the kids leveled up. So they started off as kind of a serf in a medieval world. And then it was all built around an Arthurian legend. And there's videos within the website I shared of all of our starter stuff and some of the building tutorials that we created. And this was, so dynamic, so fun. And it really, to me, got an extra teacher involved, and it just really put so much fun stuff together for us. And then, I just can't say enough about the collaborative pieces that went into it and all of the work that we did. And again, we tied both a literary piece in the Arthurian legend kind of thing, as well as some real history. And we also got our local college here in Buffalo State University. We got their acting department and had some of their kids play the roles of some of the characters that the kids would meet. And they did some recordings and videos, and that was fun. So they got to it was almost like Clue. They had to interview 4 different people. And of course, we videotaped the interviews with them in character. And so the students kind of tried to figure out who was the rightful heir based on, who they talked to. But the kids totally got into it. You know, they were acting majors, so they did the voices and everything, and we had just such a fun experience with that. But again, so many ways to collaborate and engage. So that was year 2. And then year 3, we put on a whole different spin, which was architecture. And this one was really fun. I live near Buffalo, so the Frank Lloyd Wright, or the Darwin Martin House is here, which is a Frank Lloyd Wright house. Amazing history. If you're ever in Buffalo, definitely check it out. It's an incredible house. They've rebuilt it. It was actually, believe it or not, it laid empty for a long time and was, you know, being deteriorated by the elements. Some people bought some of the properties and ruined some of the original design. So this organization, the Darwin Martin House, you know, and the Frank Lloyd Wright Foundation did this amazing, you know, rebuild and just getting people to care about this building again. And it's in its full glory now, completely restored to the way it was when Darwin Martin, who got rich from, he's a rags to riches story, actually kind of rags to riches to rags story, because he started out very poor, but he worked for this soap company and became wealthy. He just moved up the ladder through just hard work and his own smarts. And then he became a member of he became part of the administrative team and became a millionaire, and hired Frank Lloyd Wright, who was just starting his career, and had him build this home. And you can see the Darwin Martin House as a picture down below. But that was our next frame, because throughout this process, we saw the passion for kids to want to build. Like even at the start, when we did the Anne Frank project, our biggest challenge was to stop kids from building, like within the streets of Amsterdam. And it was one of those kind of plus minus problems, right? Because
Spiff,
yes.
Spiff, I think I've been told that the time is up.
Oh, snap. Okay. All right. Let me wrap things up and just offer a quick little promotion. So I'm also part of a group in Second Life called the Virtual Pioneers. I'll put the website in there. I thought I had till the top of the hour, so sorry about that, everybody. But we have an event next weekend if you'd like to join us. And we're also looking for some new people that would like to be a part of that. So to kind of just to wrap this up, you know, the tragedy of it is the grant dried up. A lot of the schools didn't stick with it. So Chromebooks, of course, became all the rage in schools because they were cheap. And so it's been a real challenge. We're down to just one school that's using the projects, and it's been a real challenge. And that's kind of the tragedy of it. There's such power to this, but because of the difficulty of just our technology age, schools just wanting to use Chromebooks. Again, I don't blame the schools. It's a challenge.
I hope that people will be able to speak to you perhaps after
Absolutely.
to learn more.
I'd be happy to chat. So yes.
Good. So thank you, Spiff, for an informative and interesting presentation.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 2 p.m. in this keynote region, and is entitled Utilizing the Metaverse for Serious Learning. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations, and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation, Utilizing the Metaverse for Serious Learning. Our panelists are Valerie Hill, Val Librarian Greg. Dr. Valerie Hill is a library and information science educator with a research focus on the intersection of information literacy and global digital participatory culture. She has taught at all age levels, served as a school librarian, and is a National Writing Project trainer. She's a co-coordinator of the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium and director of the Community Virtual Library. Becky Adams, LA Pinion. Becky Adams, PhD, served as the Director for Online Course Development at the University of New Mexico and is coordinator of the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium, co-coordinator. She is passionate about best practices of using technology for learning and is an early adopter of teaching in the metaverse. Bruce Gross, Cooper Swizzle. Bruce has been drawn to 3D virtual immersive environments for training after being introduced to them at a professional association meeting for trainers. Bruce realized they created opportunities for both synchronous and asynchronous trainings for learners and offered a very cost-effective solution for companies utilizing them. He completed a highly successful pilot 3D leadership training series and a 5-year 3D-based training program. Shannon Broden, Kriatia Shannon. Shannon is graduating this month from the MLIS program at San Jose State University, focusing on emerging technology and digital content. Shannon serves as directory lead for the board at the Community Virtual Library, which maintains listings of educational communities in the metaverse, as well as contact information for those willing to mentor others in virtual worlds. Virginia Dickenson, Zenon Darrow. Zenon Darrow has been in virtual worlds since 2006. Zenon is a real-life instruction designer at a major medical school, often using AI and virtual world media for content and design. She's the founder of Wolf Tech, Wolf Territories educational community, as well as the Wolf Territories ambassador for VWEC, the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium. Please check out the website, found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you so much, Liz, and welcome everyone. We are so pleased to be back at OSCC, and we really appreciate the conference coordinators. We know you guys are working hard, and we appreciate the opportunity to join you today. What a great conference we have had so far. Since the birth of the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium in January of 2021, educators have been joining forces to share their work, their passion for immersive learning, and goals to best utilize the metaverse for teaching and learning. This growth is documented through a growing body of research, programs like the VWEC Expert Series, the VWEC Student Challenge, models of teaching, and a directory of simulations, avatars, and communities. Across the globe, educators are hearing about the potential for providing virtual learning experiences for students. But without the rich resources we can provide by working together, it is simply too difficult to navigate the vast worlds that are emerging. The goal of the VWEC Consortium is to bring educators together both to share what has been successful and to tackle obstacles across virtual platforms and communities. Most of you are familiar with us. We have a presence in 4 virtual worlds: Second Life, Kitely, Wolf Territories, and Mind Test.
Through meeting quarterly, it was our goal that educational communities can collaborate and document progress on best practices for teaching and learning in virtual environments. And we're going to share a link to our website in the chat. Today, we would like for you to be a part of our presentation. So there is a QR code to my right on the sign there, or you can use the link that is showing up in the chat. And we are going to practice with our first question, which is to help us get to know each other. Where do you live? So let's see how well this is going to work. And please join us. Where do you live? Grab your cell phone or the link on your computer. Oh, we've got one. Thank you. And I will share the answers on the board to my right in just a few. Now they're coming in. Ooh, Seattle, Connecticut, Amsterdam, Mexico, USA. Keep sharing, and we will move on. I will be sharing the results on this board as we go, and thank you for your participation. I'm going to give the mic over to Val.
All right, thank you, Ellie. It really is amazing how much has already been accomplished by VWEC since 2021 through collaboration in virtual worlds. And here we are at OSCC, and today we want to share with you how all of you can join us, how you can network across the OpenSim grids. VWEC now has ambassadors in several worlds that Ellie mentioned, but our hub, the main hub for the OpenSim worlds, is in Kitely. On the slide here that I'm showing you, I'm standing in the Kitely hub at the middle, the center, which is soon to be our landing point. So I have another question for you to answer in Poll Everywhere, if we're ready. And Ellie, let me know if I go too fast. Here's the question. Have you visited the VWEC Kitely Hub on Cookie 2 in Kitely? So please take a look at your Poll Everywhere and you can submit your answer. As you can see, I'm standing in the middle of the hub in this slide, and there's signage and there are arrows pointing to the different regions that we have in our Kitely hub. We have the VWEC Pavilion meeting area. We have the CVL Digital Citizenship Museum, the Antique Pattern Library, and the Hypergrid Resource Library, which we really would like to point out as a place to learn how to utilize jumping across to other worlds. I want to point out that our overarching website for all of these worlds is metaverselibraries.org. It's a Canadian charity and it hosts our projects and our websites. You're going to hear more about our future plans in Kitely at the hub later in the presentation. On the next slide, I want to point out what the Antique Pattern Library is. This is a real-world digital library filled with rich historical content, such as manuscripts, very old manuscripts, old patterns from fabrics and embroidery and texture arts, old prints from many old books. They show authentic clothing and furniture and much more, which is a great resource for building historical simulations in the metaverse. The picture where I took this in Kitely is in one of the pavilions that house examples of a particular period of time. And this one is the 19th century. We're utilizing some of the content from the Antique Pattern Library for the annual Dickens Project in Second Life, which is a simulation of the life of Charles Dickens and A Christmas Carol during the Victorian era. I just want to point that out as a historical simulation and a resource to find great authenticity. There's their website with some links that were particularly relevant for Dickens. Now, the next slide that I'm going to show you is our VWEC Kitely Hub area, where we have been meeting to go on our hypergrid tours that you're about to hear about. We're having hypergrid tours to go across many different OpenSim grids and find high quality simulations and educational experiences. So I'm going to turn the mic over now to our Kitely ambassador, who is Cooper Swizzle. Take it away, Cooper.
Thanks, Val. And I'm also going to be including Xenon Darrow because we're sharing this together. So Xenon, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, can y'all hear everybody? Oh, me? Okay.
Yeah, you.
So it's a real privilege to be here, number one, again. And number two, I'm so thrilled to get to work with Cooper and Val and Ellie, but man, what a partnership with Cooper. It couldn't be more fabulous. So what we're doing during the monthly meetings is we look for these places that either create these really unique immersive experiences or they're actually focused on learning itself, like something that's learning content, which is also a fabulous immersive experience. And did you want me to go ahead, Cooper, and talk about our meeting at Jimmy's place?
I think that's the next slide. So yes.
Perfect.
Well,
Okay.
No,
So this
your
is
place.
great. So
No,
this
one's you.
perfect.
Wolf
At
Territory.
Wolf Territories, we also have a VWEC center. It's not as dedicated to in-world skills. It's more, this was part of a project that I created called Inspiring Learning Spaces. And so it's really designed to have podcasts, interactive, facilitation sessions, and you're in a setting that you couldn't experience this in real life. And that's one of the things I really like to do is say, hey, you know what? We have traditional classroom, we have online learning. We need to create something that has an element that we simply cannot duplicate in real life. And I'm privileged, again, to be surrounded by wonderful, beautiful builders that do amazing work. And then in the next slide, what we did is we selected the continent of Europa. I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but it was the continent of Europa was created by Jimmy Olsen, and it consists of 8 4x4 regions, and it's a science fiction world. And the story is unique, right? Like this isn't Star Wars, this isn't Star Trek, it's a unique place. The principle is that we are on the moon of Jupiter, Europa. Okay, so when you go into the habitats, everything's got a dome on it. You will see Europa in the sky, in the EEP sky. So always going on shared if you can. And these are worlds on Europa where humans have colonized them. And some aliens, you'll see evidence of some aliens. And so in these, I think last time we went to 3 regions, was it? This thing is huge. And some of the regions, I would call them art. So you go there and you look around, and there are interesting things happening, but there's not necessarily a lot to do. But then other regions include things you can experience and do yourself. And while, for instance, the thing you're seeing in the background is actually a region that it's called the Raceway, and it has probably the equivalent. I mean, you get on it, you're going at stage 2 on your vehicle. It takes 20 minutes. I mean, it's huge. It's this big, winding, impossible racetrack. But at the top, when you're done, you can come over and do the bumper cars, and it's insane. Like we have these things cranked up so fast that you can literally fly through the walls if you crank them up. And it's a blast, right? People are having fun. It's a game. You bump into people, you get a point. It's chaos if you get more than 3 people in there, which is fabulous. And people actually, in my opinion, learn a lot just by doing that. One of the things I love about this approach is it's discovery learning, right? So what I love about what they're doing at Kitely is it really gets people started and shows them how to do the things they need to do. And then they can come over and do these crazy things that where they're actually, really having to apply the skills that they've learned. You can go to the next slide. That's fine. The other cool thing, I really admire Jimmy. He's a good friend of mine. He does beautiful stuff. A lot of you have probably seen his stuff all over the hypergrid. He has beautiful stores for plants and 3D lettering and buildings. And we have a fabulous mall here at Europa, so you can come shopping. But one of the really cool things he's done, he creates great res vehicles. And we have what's called an intersim railway that goes through every region. And it holds up to 35 people. So if you want to get your group together and you can res these things and they will take you through all the regions. And then we also have what's called an interphasic, which you climb in a bubble and it takes you all over the region. So Jimmy's into vehicles. He's into giving vehicles that you have control of them. And it's really, really a great experience. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So now we're going to leave Europa and we're going to go over to one of the Wolf Tech campuses. And what you're we have 2 campuses at Wolf Tech. This is a campus that I refer to as the learning journey. It's called Wolf Tech Campus 2. And we decided to do trail riding. And when we created these 2 regions, this region is a place where we're going to be having poster sessions. It's one of the places we're having poster sessions for the Wolf Tech conference. And then it's all trails and meandering. And so over time, this will become populated with exhibits and you can ride through them. It's a beautiful experience. And then it goes into these wetlands that you can cross and go into the main the main Wolf Tech campus. And there's a build there called La Khalifa that is a work from a real life architecture project that I worked on with a graduate student at a major, the Art Institute in, not the Art Institute, the College of Art in San Francisco. Gorgeous build based on work that was done to revamp an old farm in Italy. And it was actually a very different approach than what other students in the class took. It was completely unique. It's all about sustainable architecture. Behind that, we've just added a really cool exhibit for, I'm going to say this right, Los Dias del, Las Dias del, or Dia de los Muertos. I've just butchered that all over the place. But the Day of the Dead. And we just built that exhibit for a wolf event, a Wolf Territories event, and now it lives over there. And, it's got some great presentation areas, but mostly you just get to get in there, dig in. And again, I think Cooper can say this, learning to ride horses can be quite the challenge in OpenSim, and it's a lot of fun. So that's kind of what we're doing, right? Making these inspiring learning spaces with these ways that you can practice a little more advanced skills. And I'm done.
Okay, cool. Thank you. The other thing we'd like to mention is one of our first, hypergrid tours was at EduNation, the ultimate community for language educators where collaboration and learning flourish. Before I move any further, the 2 things I want to mention. We have quarterly meetings, just like they do in Second Life. Ours are on Monday evenings, the second Monday of the month, and they're at 6 o'clock so that we can get other people there. And then the hypergrid tours this past year were on Thursdays at 10 o'clock. That may change. We'll keep you posted. I put a lot of stuff out on Facebook posts. But we ended the year on a very high note. We celebrated at Kitely's Coney Island, a masterpiece by Kim Starr. Kim showed everyone how they can use Google Earth to revolutionize building in the metaverse by providing accurate scale historical geolocations and even textures for realism. Excitingly, Kim also shared insights into using AI in the metaverse, showing how technology continues to shape and enhance our virtual experiences. One of the things she showed us, and you'll learn more about it at the Open Sim World's Fair this March 2025, is how to use AI to create things that maybe you don't want to try to find them, pay for them. You can go into a program called Meshy. That's MESHY. And I'm even learning how to use it. So that's real exciting. So at the center stage of Coney Island, we put on a freak show where everyone was able to witness the groundbreaking Animaster, which is a program designed for OpenSim, and it will be available in Second Life, that elevates animesh movements, including objects, by adding a whole new level of realism and creativity. Our celebration continued at a retro themed party at the Freak Show, with 70s and 80s and 90s musics to get everyone dancing and talking with each other. Carrying this momentum into 2025, we've got even more adventures planned. Excursions by Xenon, as she promised, to take us to 4 more. Well, actually, she's got to get through 5, so we'll probably split them up. Back to Europa. We're expanding our quarterly meetings, and the first quarterly meeting will be held in March of 2025. I believe it's March 10th, but we're holding it at the Open Sim World's Fair. Excitement is building for the presentation by Carla Kincaid Yoshikawa, the owner of Training in the 21st Century, and yours truly, me. We are going to be showing people how we put together a sexual harassment prevention training, and you're going to be able to take a little bit of it, give us some feedback, but we want to show you how we created it and why we created it the way we did. Expect more thrilling stops on the 2025 BWEC Hyper Tours, each designed to inspire you, connect you, and celebrate the endless possibilities that we have in virtual worlds. I have nothing further, so I forget who's next.
Well, Bruce, we do have a question for Poll Everywhere. What do you think are the benefits of bringing the OpenSim community together? Could you guys give us your ideas about that? Give you just a moment, and then I think we're moving on to Shannon. We have a couple of answers. We'll give you guys just, oh, here comes some more. Excellent, they're coming in now.
Okay, I think we've given him enough time there, so I will step up. And you have heard about so many amazing things that have been able to be made in this kind of space. So how do you find out about all these things, right? As was said earlier, I'm Kriya Shannon, and I serve as the directories lead for the Community Virtual Library. Are you aware that there's a resource? In specific, are you aware of the VWEC's Info Center? There's a poll question that's coming up for you to let us know about that. Take a moment to let us know if you're already familiar with it by using Poll Everywhere, and I thank you very much. I would like you to know that right now we offer resources to discover educational communities in OpenSim, as well as Second Life. In addition, we do have information on individual members who are willing to volunteer their expertise to others. Another thing we're currently working on, currently it's in Second Life, but we hope to bring it next year on a larger scale, is an educational landmark resource that will help locate areas that are not necessarily run by educational communities. As mentioned before, we do have an OpenSim branch of the VWEC Info Center that's in Kitely. Right now, it's on the main hub island that was discussed, but in 2025, we're looking to move it to the central island that you saw earlier in the presentation. Right now, I try to be live in Kitely with my avatar every Saturday at 7 a.m. grid time, and I am hoping to broaden my schedule for 2025 to be available more often. Additionally, be sure to check out the Hypergrid Resource Library Island that Val mentioned earlier. This is a joint venture by the Community Virtual Library and the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium. We're looking for more growth here in 2025 as well. And now, back to Val to talk about current resources on the hypergrid, such as the OSCC exhibit area.
Thank you, Krayatya Shannon. And you can see on this slide a picture of our hypergrid resource library. But we also want you to know that there are many resources available thanks to Thursa Ember, who has led the Hypergrid Safari group for many years. And, you know, we're collaborating with others who have paved the way for learning how to jump across grids and find high quality simulations. You can see in this slide, here's the Hypergrid OSCC exhibit that's right here at the conference. And also, there is going to be a Hypergrid International Expo coming up in April. So I will show you the link to that here in local chat. We're striving to find many ways to help people learn how to go across the OpenSim grids, find high quality simulations, and find people who are interested in serious learning in the metaverse for teaching and learning. And that doesn't mean just teachers, academics for higher education, but we include lifelong learners absolutely as well. And also we thank Thursa, who has given the Hypergrid Safari Embassy a home in Second Life at the Community Virtual Library. So there's a lot of networking going on across the metaverse for education. I said already that we encourage you to visit this booth, and you can see here the Hypergrid exhibit and the HIE Expo 2025 that are available right here over at the OSCC Expo spaces. We encourage you to go explore all of the expo areas. We have one for VWEC, and that's at booth number 9. And we know we're giving you a lot of information. We want you to contact us later so that we can promote the great work that many of you are doing and have been doing for many years, because sometimes nobody knows that you're out there. And if you join us, as Krayatya said, we have a directory, not only of simulations, landmarks, and communities, but also of people, avatars, and what their areas of expertise and their skills are. So as we move forward, we really want to encourage all of you to join us if you're interested in serious learning in the metaverse. You can see in this slide, the shot here comes from a build that was created by our colleagues at the Kitely Hub, Cooper being our ambassador, for the boat float. It was a flotilla in Kitely. And VWEC was part of that to help people understand that we're here and what we're all about. As we've said before, you can find more information on our website. I wanted to include our playlists. We have a playlist that includes education in Kitely and education across the Hypergrid educational spaces. We also have the playlist for our expert series, experts in the metaverse who come and share what it is that they're doing to promote education in the metaverse. Yes, Cooper's saying that flotilla was held on Coopersville. If you have great examples, machinima, that you've taken of your high quality simulations, contact us later because we want to curate our playlists to highlight those. We also are going to share our link tree. Often it's hard to get the word out to everyone. We're all just bombarded by so much information. You can decide whether you want to follow us on Facebook, or if you want to follow us on other social media channels, LinkedIn, or subscribe to our YouTube channel. Or we also have a listserv for email. We're using Google Groups. And if you'd like to join Metaverse Library's Google group, you can join that and you will find all kinds of information on what's going on, not just in one world, but across many worlds. And you can share what you're doing. We have the same avatar names in just about every world, so they're right here on the screen. You can contact us in whatever world you're in so that we can maybe come visit, and your communities, the worlds you're in, can be part of our directories. And before we go to our Q&A, let me just mention, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Ellie so she can talk a little bit about this poll everywhere experience. Ellie, you want to say something?
Oh, sure. Actually, right now we have a question that's open, and I think we missed our timing on that. I did. Are you aware of the WWEC Info Center? If you guys are interested, please jump in and answer that. And we just wanted to use Poll Everywhere because we feel like that sitting and watching us and listening to us is not exactly what immersive learning is, as I'm sure you guys would agree. And so, oh, here we go. We have somebody answering. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Someone says yes and can't wait for it to grow. And the challenge with it in a virtual world is that you're not seeing the responses. If I was in front of you in an auditorium, I would be able to share the responses with you as you come in. But we are trying to use it in a virtual world because we think it's very important. So we do have several people that are answering this. Thank you very much. And we will have one final question for you in just a moment. I think it's going to be, how do you like using the poll? And we really appreciate you being a good sport with that. And please let us know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellie. And while you're answering that question about Poll Everywhere, we do want to open up the floor and see if you have any questions for us about VWEC in any of the worlds that we're involved in or hope to be involved in the future. Because as the metaverse evolves, it's going to become more and more difficult for us to see which platforms are best for which particular age groups. We're even working with young children in an open source world similar to Minecraft. So we would really welcome your comments, feedback, or questions.
There is a question in local chat.
I'm typing a response.
It's fine if you answer out loud.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
And read the question out loud too, would you, Cooper?
Sure. Art Blue says, I experienced you load a sim on demand and it takes a bit of time, which is fine. How long is the sim loaded if more users are coming in? The sim loads pretty quickly. I would say within 1 to 2 minutes, if that. But that's basically for Kitely. When we go to Wolf territory, it's always on. Other sims are also always on.
Yeah,
There's a reason.
most other grids are always on. And don't forget, Cooper, if somebody's on that grid already, it's already loaded.
Right. And
Okay.
there's a reason why Kitely is on demand. But boy, if you private message me, I'll tell you why. Question, are you active in any other virtual worlds? Yes, well, for myself, I'm in Kitely, I'm in Second Life, I'm on Wolf Territory, and I'm in Groovy. Groovy something or other, I can't remember it at the moment.
Cooper, and when I'm reading this, and maybe Val and Ellie can best pitch in, is it sounds like maybe the question might be, what other worlds is the VWEC itself active in? And to that point, maybe they should talk about the process of how you and Xenon both became ambassadors and how the VWEC is expanding out.
Yes, and I can start a little bit with that because we welcome any virtual world, and we are also involved in the VR Exploder Club, which is a group that goes to the expanding metaverse, not just worlds like Second Life and the open sim grids, but all of the VR headset worlds as well. And we've been to numerous, including VR Chat, Roblox, Science Space, all the worlds that children are already in. I like to say, educators need to be in the metaverse because the kids are already there, but they're mostly slaying zombies. So we go to all the worlds. Now, we don't have a WEC presence in all the worlds, but we are exploring them. And if we were to find an educator in a world that would like to partner with us, that's what we're here for, because nobody can be in all the worlds themselves. If we join forces, we can help explore the best ones for serious education. If you have any questions about the VR Exploders, let me know. They meet monthly on the second Saturday at 9 a.m. Anything you want to add to that, Ellie, about all the worlds that we try to visit?
Oh, I was just actually answering James Outloud's question. He said exploders, and Kriyatya and I both jumped in. That was a typo that we just adopted, and we think it's kind of cute that we're exploding the virtual, all the virtual worlds out there. But I'm sorry, I missed your question. I was so intent on that.
Oh, no, I just wondered if there was any other worlds. And I'm glad that James mentioned, because James comes quite often. A lot of people are interested in going to these VR worlds, and with a headset or without. I'm on my second, well, I'm actually going to get my third headset. I don't like it. I prefer desktop immersion. You can be just as immersed without a headset. But how can we say that if we don't try it? So we try all of these different worlds, but you don't have to. We will come to your world if you've found one that's great for serious education, because no one can be in every single place. But we do have a group that explores just to help us understand the evolving metaverse.
In answer to another question by Ian McDonald, he asked if VWEC has a presence in Dream Grid. No, we do not, but we would love to. So you should get in touch with either Xenon, myself, Ellie, or Val, so that we can get something going. And in answer to, I think Kriyatya brought it up, the way we ended up meeting Xenon was because I'm part of the Open Sim World's Fair, I met Wolf, who owns Wolf Territories, and told him who I was, that I was the ambassador, and that I was looking for other ambassadors to represent VWEC on their own grids. And he got in touch with Xenon, and the rest is history. Now we're partners in crime.
PIC.
All about cooperation and networking.
Exactly.
I think personally that's one of the really cool things about the hypergrid is you do have this amazing opportunity for really diverse networking. The challenge is getting it done across the hypergrid. And, when you ask the question, is it important or why is it important for us to try to do this with VWEC? That's exactly the reason why.
Thank you, Xenon. And, we very much value the privacy and security of students. So we've heard from others that there are educators out in the open sim worlds, but they don't really want a lot of limelight because they want to keep their students safe. We respect that. So we're willing to work in every way we can to help make that happen and keep students safe, cyber secure, and private.
Actually, come to think of it, that's a good example of a scenario of why we have the members directory. If they're looking to network and find other people to help them with their communities or what they're building privately for their students, but don't need their community exposed to do it, it still allows for individual meetups to continue to strengthen that.
Good point, Kriyat. Yeah, and the directories can be used in whatever way you want. We like them to also help people find mentors, because we can't all have every skill set. And some of you here are highly skilled technical people, and we value you as colleagues and have become friends. So that networking for mentorship is another way to use the directories.
So if we missed a question, would you please repost it in the chat? Hopefully we didn't, but. And I also probably should mention, I missed Val's opportunity to let me talk about this. We use Poll Everywhere because it's free. It's very similar to other applications where you can use it for free, limited, and then it has a very robust back end if you want to pay for it. If you guys have ideas, we are not selling Poll Everywhere at all. We just like the interaction part. If you have another tool that you think is wonderful, if you don't mind sharing it in the chat, that would be fabulous. We love getting ideas for good tools to use to make things immersive and interesting.
Well, people are responding. I'm not going to name any specific product, but it reminds me of some of the same interactive tools that I would encounter in some of my classwork the last couple of years. Well, more specifically with the student clubs when they were doing online events that they would use for interactivity. And when you brought it up for this, I'm like, wow, that's perfect. I've seen the other students use it when I'm going to school.
Great point, Kriyat. And that reminds me that so many of these tools come and go all the time. You know, you use this great tool and all of a sudden it shuts down. And that's also across the metaverse. Sometimes grids shut down or landmarks become ghost towns. So we do highly value our volunteers who help us go out and check the landmarks and see what is still there. And there's a place for everybody to do what they love with VWEC and help all of us better help each other as the metaverse evolves.
Yeah, I'm seeing everybody talk about being too busy, and aren't we? Oh my gosh. So you can giggle because I probably haven't used this in about 4 years, and it took me about 10 minutes to get back up to speed. So that is part of, I think, a good tool is using it, getting too busy, not using it, remembering it, coming back, and it being fairly easy to use. So.
I'd also like to mention one last thing, and it's a plug at the same time. The OpenSim Fair in March that's being held on Wolf Territories, everyone's invited. I believe there are some spaces still available for anyone who would like to show off what they do. But it's not just a fair with, games and stuff. There's also education, technology, different things that different people from all over the hypergrid are doing. Xenon and myself, we have a couple of different displays going on. So if you're looking to learn some new things, because we are trying to keep the fair to be like no other fair that you've ever been to in 3D, mark the date, March 1st through the end of March 2025. And thank you.
Looks like we don't have Any more questions? What a great conversation. We so appreciate working with you guys, Bruce, Shannon, and Zenon. We are so pleased that you are our ambassadors in different worlds. We so appreciate OSCC. Liz, you're a great moderator, and we hope that you guys have enjoyed our little presentation. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Val, Ellie, Bruce, Kriatya, and Zenon for an informative and interesting presentation. It's quite breathtaking, as a matter of fact. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 3:30 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled An Integrated Framework for Personal and Professional Growth. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations, and explore the Hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. And thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 3:30 to 4:30 p.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Integrated Framework for Personal and Professional Growth. Our speakers are Dr. Andrew Stricker, Spinoza Quinnell, Dr. Francisca Yonekura, Frankie Antonelli, JJ Drinkwater, myself, Cynthia Calongne, Delir Lobo, and Umarov, who may be a silent partner, but we're going to share his contributions. Andrew Stricker serves as an innovation and strategy analyst for the LeMay Center at the Air University. Previously, Dr. Stricker served as Vanderbilt University as Associate Provost for Innovation Through Technology. He has also served for 27 years as an Air Force officer and scientist specializing in learning sciences and human factors engineering. His research was focused on modeling adaptive expertise and the design of learning technologies, and his graduate work was conducted at Texas A&M University, College Station, Texas, and Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut. Frankie comes from higher education world where she specializes in instructional systems and emerging technologies in support of learning. She is also known to be a curious traveler immersed in virtual worlds for empowering learning experiences in the company of kindred spirits. Umarov, Open Simulator core developer, is currently a lead core developer for Open Simulator, and he started on the project in 2012. He is instrumental in coding and implementing the Open Simulator code base and many of the updates that were part of Open Simulator 0.9 through 0.9.3.0, and works on resolving issues and developing the upcoming releases. JJ Drinkwater is a virtual librarian in Real World and also our science fiction librarian at Virtual Harmony. And for me, I am a professor emerita at Colorado Technical University, where I teach doctoral AI classes, and since 2005, I've taught 62 classes held in virtual worlds for universities, and then I supported 800 eighth graders for 2 years in virtual worlds. We won, Andy and I and Mike McCrocklin and Tony Scribner won a $25,000 grand prize for the Mars Expedition Space Simulation. And today we test and design game simulations, not in that order, at Virtual Harmony. I volunteer with Avicon as a research scientist, and I am co-chair of the OSCC Organizing Committee. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. Now, this session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. We're going to open with a movie, just so you know. So let's see, here we go. Please click the screen, or let's see, we can give you the URL for it. Let's see, I will paste the URL in just a moment in case you cannot see the screen. And it's a short 1 minute and 23-second video. Let's see. And here it is. he puts the farm family in there. He puts all our names. We're all part of the production, which is absolutely wonderful. So, Andy, I'm going to turn the floor over to you to explain the orientation of this, and then I'm going to chime in. But while you're talking, I'm going to type for the audience. Over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Shannon, for the wonderful introductions, and to everybody in our family. I call everybody in our Virtual Harmony community family because we've been working together now, I guess, for most of our adult lives. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful life of shared experiences. And it's always a pleasure to be here to present at this conference. This particular effort that we've been working with has an interesting history. We started working on a personal and professional growth model for the United States Air Force a few years back, and we were wanting to enrich in all of our officers a deeper appreciation for virtues and values. And Cynthia and everybody that you see listed on this presentation were involved in character strength development and wanting to be able to help people understand the importance of developing moral, ethical reasoning, and along with their critical thinking skills throughout their entire professional life. And we've found, and like similar research from Harvard and Columbia University, that when you develop your core values and character strengths, it helps you to be better at complex problem solving, understanding the complexity of issues and considering the multidimensionality of those issues and valuing the perspectives of individuals. So that's a little background of what led us to this work. And more recently, Yale University started teaching a course, so all undergraduate students, called A Life Worth Living. And in this course for the undergraduate students, they are addressing some of the very fundamentals that we've been working on over the years with the importance of values and virtues and determining how to live a purposeful, meaningful life beyond just your development of your expertise and your competencies and skills. How can you actually have a meaningful life that you would consider worth living? And when we looked at what Yale was teaching their students, we could not help but notice a great similarity to Native American belief structures associated with some of the things that Yale was teaching their undergraduates. So we wanted to bring the experience of Native Americans' perspective on what it takes to live a life worth living into an integrated fashion with the Yale model. And this is what we're going to be talking about in this presentation. And we situated it in a very interesting current tribal location in Montana. This particular tribe is known as the Bitterroot Salish tribe, and they are located in the Bitterroot Valley. And this is an idyllic, beautiful valley in Montana. Mountains on the Bitterroot Mountains are on both sides, and a river flows through it. It's just spectacularly gorgeous. And you'll see the picture up here in this slide of the tribal members in 1903. But what's really fascinating to highlight with the Bitterroot is they actually have a big place in American history, because Lewis and Clark, when they were on their way to explore the vast acquired territory that Thomas Jefferson and others had arranged, they set out to find a path to the Pacific coast and Pacific Ocean. And they had gotten to Montana, but they were near starvation. Winter was approaching. It was looking fairly grim for the Lewis and Clark expedition. And they were wondering what was going to come next. And they saw these humongous mountains ahead of them. And they thought, oh, we just don't have the energy. And out of nowhere, these Native Americans came galloping on their horses towards them. They thought, well, this is the end of us. we're so weak we couldn't even defend ourselves if we had wanted to. But in these warriors encircle the expedition, and one of the young warriors, according to the journal entries of Lewis and Clark, they said, okay, let's just kill them and take their supplies and their weapons, and you know how wonderful it is that they happen to be showing up in our location. And an elderly warrior said, no, wait a minute. Now, of course, I'm loosely paraphrasing this, but he said, basically, wait a minute. Let's not be so quick to kill them. And they, fortunately, Lewis and Clark had a translator, Shoshone lady that had been with the expedition, and she knew enough to communicate with the Salish people who spoke this Salish dialect. And basically, they brought him back to the village. And from there, they heard the story of Lewis and Clark, and they said, here's what we'll do. We'll help you get through the mountains, and you're not going to be able to take your horses because they won't survive going through the mountains, but we'll watch the horses for you. And Clark was saying to Lewis, well, do you think our horses are going to be here if we ever make it back to this place? You know, surely they'll eat the horses or something. But make a long story shorter, Lewis and Clark actually find their way over the mountain range to the Pacific coast and make it all the way back after exploring the vast territory back to the tribe. And sure enough, the horses had been fed and cared for, and they thank the Salish people, and they head back to Washington. Wonderful, wonderful story. And because of what the Bitterroot Salish provided help and assistance to Lewis and Clark, the government showed care and concern for making sure the tribe thrived. And to this day, the Bitterroot Salish tribe thrives in Montana, and they're just a wonderfully unique Native American culture. Next slide, please. Now, what's interesting about the Salish dialect is that they have, and this is one of the reasons we included in the simulation, is we have this, you can actually hear Salic tribes people speak certain conceptual phrases related to the model that Yale teaches. And so what was fascinating is we had this access to this wonderful collection of multiple Salish phrases that had been recorded by MIT and Berkeley a few years back on some research associated with their ways they represent time and a perspective of their identity. And so this is called a dialectical sort of categories, and this is common for most languages actually, where you have a sense of accounting for your presence in the moment of the discussion, dialogue, the situation or the spatial characteristics, and the temporal relationship associated with if you're speaking in the present tense or past tense. Now, what makes the Salish language very interesting, why MIT and Berkeley were fascinated with studying their language, is they have a way of speaking in the sense that their identity can be infused in the moment of their dialect of talking, that the past is infused with the present and the present is infused with the future. And I want to come back to this in a little bit with our discussion of the Native American concept of four worlds. And so you'll see how we've made an attempt to integrate this beautiful concept of this lifespan that ranges through eternity, called the four worlds. And you'll hear about the four worlds from the Navajo Nation and other tribes and so forth. And it's very powerful, and we'll get to why it matters for us. Next slide, and Sen, if anything that you'd like to share. This is Yale's model, and so it's a really interesting one because they are dealing with students who are very confident of their capabilities and why they're at Yale and been selected and so forth. and many of them are very convinced about areas that they're going to excel in. And what the Professor Wolf, who is the lead instructor for this course at Yale, wanted the students at Yale to reflect upon was, are you really sure that it's all there is to life is to excel in your academic pursuits or your career professional pursuits? In a sense of your competence and expertise? Surely there might be more to consider for having a meaningful life. And so they basically throughout the semester, they take their students through several activities to ask questions as they're going through the discussions of the lectures to say, okay, well, what is it out of you majoring in certain areas at Yale, and your identity of developing yourself, whether you go on for your graduate work and certain professions that you want to enter upon, what is it that you believe that's going to provide you in terms of meaningfulness? And of course, some people would say, well, I want to be a lawyer, a physician, a teacher, so forth. And they will then go through a series of questions and say, well, what do you expect to achieve from that goes beyond just the practice or the praxis of your vocational work in life? And they're basically encouraging self-reflectiveness at a deeper level, which they refer as self-awareness. And so that you become in tune that when you look at your accomplishments in life and the accumulation of things, whether it's social prestige or monetary, is there other areas that would offer indicators of value? What would be indicators? Friendships, things that you've done that people could associate with that brought, it helped society, and you were able to be recognized for that, and so forth. And through this process, then on the left-hand side of this model, as you get towards the bend of the curve, they're wanting their students to actually engage in self-transcendence. And I love this about the Yale model because this goes back to Emerson, transcendentalism at Harvard in the 1800s. And transcendentalism is distinctively American. And this is a very unique contribution to a understanding about the meaningfulness of life. And it basically says, in order to really tap into some of the really most important elements for having a meaningful life, you've got to go beyond yourself. You got to say, well, beyond just always saying what's in it for me about why I might do something or be motivated to do something, how might I touch the lives of others and go beyond my immediate factors of success and benefits and so forth. And so this is a process that some people say, well, it's highly related to some spirituality understanding of yourself or your connectiveness to others that go beyond, the immediate benefits of what they can provide you. So this leads to a turning point, or what they call a tipping point. And interesting enough, and I'll get to it here in a little bit in our presentation, the Native American concepts of tipping points, because they have one. They have a viewpoint that this is a key transitional process from going some developmental stages of proficiency to a process where you begin to have a big vision of the purpose of your life, and you are able to self-sacrifice. You're able to go beyond the obvious and even do things that provide little return in terms of like benefits or acclaim or prestige. So I find this refreshing that Yale is wanting their undergraduates to think about. Now are they going to transform an undergraduate to think in these big terms and perspectives? I don't think so. And I don't think they would say that they do. They're like planting mustard seeds. They're saying, you know, how many undergraduates can you imagine that is going to be able to, at this point in their early 20s, be able to look at these bigger issues from a deep perspective that you draw from life experiences. And most of us would say you've got to have some a repertoire of life experiences to be able to appreciate some of these factors for a meaningful life. But if you get to that point where you're willing to consider, even if you're, you know, in your young adulthood years, could you sense the importance of virtues and the elements of what virtues suggest about the reality of life, the truthfulness of behaviors that you can choose to select from that lead to better outcomes for yourself and others? And this creates a vision of what might be. And then from that vision, you can start planning your life. And so from that vision, then you develop a pattern of thinking and a pattern of doing. So I've kind of went through.
Sounds like the farm is calling out to Andy, and he might have lost. He might be
Okay,
muted for
I'm
just
back.
a moment. Well, let me
I am
chime in
back.
here for a minute there,
Thank
Andy, and you can take care of the farm for a sec. He has sick farm animals. You know how it is when your babies are sick. So, and his animals are like Mr. Ed, if you ever saw that, or Wilbur, or any of the. They're all pets. They're all family members. So, Andy, as we pause here for a moment, many may be thinking, okay, so why in virtual worlds? Why are you guys doing this? Which is, of course, a great question because it anchors directly with why do we do anything in life if we don't get a direct benefit? I know Mao's laughing at me, but it's true. Most of us expect some benefit, even if it's, I did something good, you know, or something virtuous or something that really helps others. But now the question is, and here's my perspective on this story. We're all getting older. I don't know if you've noticed. Anyone notice that? When I start saying I've been in virtual worlds for 19 years. Actually, I've been in more if I count other worlds, but in the worlds that are compatible with this software. Okay, and then tomorrow's my res day from 2005. And if I think about all this energy, all these presentations and conferences and the cool things we do, why does it matter? And when we are gone, how will others tell the stories? How will they remember? Hey, thank you. I've never celebrated it, but I always forget. But this conference is helping. December 8th is my day. But and I want to put a shout out to you, because you may be wondering, why is he on stage? You know how I am. Anyone who knows me personally knows that everyone in my life gets stuck to me somewhere. You know, it's like if I walk through life virtually looking like the way I feel, I have pieces of each of you attached to me. And each of you have made a tremendous impact on my life. And so everything we do, everyone who comes near, they become part of the story and part of the solution. Ubit came out to Virtual Harmony, has been attending every month for about 1.5 years, 2 years. He's so wonderful. And we decided to upgrade our servers, which is always a risky proposition, right? We're running Linux, we're running on a Mac server, you know, we're running it from a farmhouse. And our goal is when Andy has these special events for the military or other groups, he has to be able to scale this all up into the Amazon cloud, you know, for a production ready environment for many, many people, right? And yet we're kicking it old school, self-hosting. And I did say 19 grids, so you're counting the port numbers there. And so so we have a lot of complexity. We're also using, I think we're using you're using MariaDB, okay? So we're using a different database. And of course, we were running under X Engine, and we converted to Y engine or E engine if you're in Europe. Okay. So we say, hey, you bet. And of course, we picked his brain. We had him help test. And Andy created a bowling alley because we love to test physics. We love games. We love simulations. And we love to anchor all of that into why does this matter? What do we learn from it? We have integrated AI systems and data dashboards and just all kinds of stuff because we're always trying to discover what we do not know, you know, from these very simple things and all the theory behind them to the fun. That's what you have in virtual worlds because it's like a creative playground. So Andy, I'm going to turn it back over
Okay.
to you
Okay,
to talk
great.
about that for just a moment, and I'll
Very good.
advance the slide.
Oh, I appreciate it very much, Cindy, to put this in context of the things that we've been doing. And there is a theme, as you've highlighted, that we've been following for several years. So this particular next set of few slides is now we've gone through the Yale model fairly quickly, and now we're going to talk about the Native American contributions that we've been adding to the simulation. And the concept that comes from Hopi tribes is Colongne and Oxkotsky. It's a concept that in modern life we can get so busy and so consumed by the rush of things that we're trying to accomplish and pay attention to that our lives can get out of balance. And when that happens, we can feel disconnected from others, disconnected from, having meaningful days, things that we're doing that really matter. And so they talk about this, and it's a wonderful film. They made a film. There's different versions of the film. There's like a 4-hour version you can see, and there is I think an hour and a half version, and so forth. But if you have the time, and we have the link there on the slide, you can go and Google this and see the film on YouTube. It's worth seeing because it's very profound to see in this fast motion photography, how modern society is constantly speeding up. And I know many of you out that are listening to us can say, well, yes, this is our life, particularly in academics. If you go to the next slide, you'll see now a Navajo
Well, 1 minute,
concept.
Andy. I wanted to say something about this. Many of you know that I used to work in the environmental movement, and I worked in Washington, D.C., which is not the best place for me because I like to be painfully honest, and people don't like it there. But I worked there for 4 years, and Ralph Nader's group, I don't know if you remember Ralph Nader, he ran for the presidency a few years back. He has a nonprofit, and he would send movie tickets to my office, and I would go to his movies, and he'd sit behind me in the theater laughing and carrying on. It was so much fun. By the way, Andy, Lisa would like the link to the movie that you have on the slide. So if you have your slides up, copy and paste that over to Lisa in the local chat.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I'll do
and
that.
what's amazing about that is I got to see these as premieres when they were first released. And when this movie runs, this is an amazing movie, but it's not always an easy one to watch. You just watch it in pieces if you're uncomfortable. But imagine your life on fast forward. Imagine rush hour, what that's like, and imagine all the things that we do. And we kind of, you remember that expression, stop and smell the roses? Well, that's not happening at the beginning of that movie, okay? when you do those scenes. Yeah. And you get the sense of what do they mean by this? Koyaanisqatsi is about your life out of balance and how to take a moment and say, well, this is a crazy life, but I can get control of this. I can still achieve all the things that I value and apply my virtues and, of course, live as a loving spirit, if you will. Now, I learned in my family that a few generations back, it was very quietly done, but my great grandmother was Native American, right? And she gave birth to like 8 of the kids. So and of course we didn't talk about that a lot because there were times in our country when that wasn't a popular thing to have, to be multiracial like that. And so So I love how we're anchoring with all this tradition and our roots, and also thinking about why we matter, living a life of purpose. And I want you to anchor that for just a moment with AI, because we ask for AI systems to be ethical, to be virtuous. I dislike it when they hallucinate. Okay, I love it for a creative novel, for writing fiction. I don't like it when it's about facts that I need desperately to understand accurately, right? Especially for my students. So many of these behaviors we're thinking about also apply to the systems we develop and use. Over to you, Andy. And here's your slide.
Thank you. Thank you. So the other Native American construct that we wanted to include in the simulation for integrating with the Yale model is the 4 worlds. And so the Navajo structure of the 4 worlds is what we use, because they have a very interesting way of using symbols and colors for representing each of the worlds. But the short of it is, and then let me say, is for some of you that this is new, that you're hearing about this, there is a wealth of depth to the concept of the 4 worlds. So we're only skimming the surface. Now we go into it more in the simulation experience about what's involved in each of these worlds. But the quick of it is, we're all going through each of the 4 worlds for eternity. This is the concept here. So we all start in the first world, and this is the void. This is where things initially get formed, and all the essence of everything that ever exists, always for eternity will exist. It has the beginning in the first world. And from the first world, the essence of everything gets shaped. And for us as human beings in the second world, we're shaped initially as spirits and without form. And so, there's a color of the first world is black, and then turquoise is the color, a light blue for the second world. And it's in this spirit world that we begin to have our individuality take shape. And then we are born into the third world in physical form. And this is represented by the color yellow, which in the Navajo tradition is like pollen, yolk, the essence of birthing and nucleus of birth. And from this third world, we are able to move about in the bodily form, and everything that we associate with our current existence in this life. And it's an imperfect world, but we are meant to learn from the strife and the lessons of life, so to speak, in preparation for the fourth world. And that fourth world is represented by the color white. And this is a world in which there is more harmonious connections and a deeper awareness and understanding of the journey that we're all on, and that we're to take all the insights and lessons and wisdom that we've accumulated from the third world of this life that we're all sharing right now, as we go into the fourth world, that will give us a deeper sense of the purposefulness and meaningfulness and why things happen as they did in the third world and so forth. And many of you can obviously translate this to a lot of common perceptions and belief systems that are available in different religions of the world and so forth. So if you want to go to the next slide, Sarah, if you have a thought on this slide too, but so what we have here is a full visual of the integration. So we've overlaid the Yale growth model over with the characteristics of the Native American perspective. And so as we go through the different worlds, we want people in the simulation to understand what the different perspectives are of the four worlds, so that they can anticipate the areas of their current existence in the third world for deeper insights of, say, well, what value is my life offering for a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all forms of life. And that is a key concept across the four worlds, that we're all interconnected. And that and we should understand that, because then all things become sacred. When we understand that we're all interconnected, then all things become sacred. And this leads to a deeper set of core values. So we thought that would just be absolutely fascinating to bring about activities in the simulation that would cause that type of reflection. And we put the four worlds experience of reflection in a cave outside of the tribe, the village, the tribal village of the Montana Salish. So you go through this waterfall, you go in this cave, and then you go into this sacred hoop area of the cave. and so the sacred hoop is very important to Native Americans, because that represents the symbolic interconnectedness of all living things as a sacred entity of existence. And so you go through and you call up each of the worlds, and this is a hologram experience. And so, as you saw in the short video, the cave basically gets transformed into each of the worlds, and there's instructional resources associated with what each world represents and things to reflect upon. Now, as you work your way out of that experience, then you go back into the village. Now, each village TP is representative of the Yale points along their left to right trajectory of growth. And so as you go across the village, you learn about each of those elements, and we have things for you to reflect upon. Anything to add here, Cynthia?
Andy's approach to learning, especially in a virtual world, has always been either challenge-based, where you have this cyclical way in which you think about what you're doing, you evaluate various ideas and perspectives, and then you collaboratively make decisions that are trying to optimize all of the different options. And so here he's showing a process, and I've been typing how it maps to the language of the Salish tribe. They're in Montana, how it anchors to the Navajo notion of the four worlds, and how it anchors to Yale University's desire for their incoming undergraduate students to understand that they're living a life of purpose while they're young. This is a little extraordinary, because most young people are thinking, I want to do well, I want to get a great career, I want to make lots of money, I want to have a family, I want to have children, I want the good life, right? And the question here we are asking is the good life just those things, or is there a deeper, richer experience that feeds the fire and makes you even more successful because you're energized? You are self-aware, and you're aware of others. And when you strive for greatness, you're actually uplifting the people around you. Now, the reason this is important to me, many of you know, I keep pushing to have this, not only this conference, but everyone talk at it. I'm a little annoying, aren't I? But the reason I am is I want everyone to have this on fire Fiero experience that Dr. Jane McGonigal talks about. She wrote a book called Reality is Broken, and how living life through not just games, but being on fire, Fiero, having this amazing experience that puts you in the flow and energizes everyone around you. Do you know how that changes your life if all of a sudden you are a catalyst for everyone feeling better and being more aware of their own purpose in life? So it's kind of like an energy that gives great gifts and keeps on giving. And I just wanted to point that out, because it sounds just like a bunch of theory, doesn't it? But I'm really talking about walking the walk and the talk, both of them. And that's what we do here at the conference. And I just want to put a shout out to the conference team and everyone who's attended and shared their ideas. You are the people who make this world wonderful. And our virtual world community, we are so thankful for you. Okay, Andy, I'll go to the next slide.
Oh,
Now, I'm going to put in one more word for you, but for just a moment here, because none of this would be possible if we didn't have the OpenSimulator software, which we're running, if we didn't have, you know, his guidance and support, because instead of filing Mantis reports, I just grab onto him and I say, yo, we need to do this. And he comes and painstakingly tests and makes recommendations and helps us to refine so that our timing is optimized and we get better results. I mean, he fusses a little bit at us. He goes, look what you're doing over here. And he's right. That's because we don't know everything on the planet, but we are fearless in trying. Go ahead, Andy.
yes, thank you so much. It's wonderful. As we attempted to create this immersive environment that is situated in this Bitterroot tribal village, we had probably way too much fun. It was interesting. All of it is a mesh of. And so we, you know, the mountain ranges and the climbing up into the plateau of the Bitterroot mountain range where the village sits. You come off from an area from the low level parts of the valley, so you can actually ride horses. We were wonderfully fortunate to have horses that were offered to us.
I'm going to
yes,
put in a little plug here and thank Wolf Territories. I went over there when he had gift horses at the greeting center, and I said, oh my gosh, look at these. These are perfect for this Native American simulation. And also last year when we did the Blazing World adventure from that Western from the 1600s.
Yeah.
Who knew they wrote Westerns back then, right? And sci-fi ones at that. So I want to put a shout out to Wolf Territories for generously giving folks their horses at the Welcoming Center. We incorporated some of them with minor modifications into this simulation as part of that connectedness. Back to you, Andy.
Yeah, so that, and we wanted everything to be very accurate in the representation of how the TPs were constructed by the Montana Salish. And so as you come into the village, it's kind of an interesting experience because you'll see a lot of the artifacts of what I call traditional tribal life. The reservation today is fairly modern, but you get a chance to almost like what Lewis and Clark might have experienced when they were brought into the village on their expedition. And in this image here of this Salish tribal lady, she's holding a Bitterroot. And there's a funny story that goes with this. The Bitterroot is dug up by the Salish people and used for medicinal benefits and also for nourishment. And the interesting thing about, as some of you may know, with the Bitterroot, is you dig it up by the root. So once you dig it up, if you don't have a way to replenish the plant, you basically will consume it all. And so the Salish people over generations have learned to selectively harvest the Bitterroot and brew it. Now, it's an acquired taste. When you brew it up into like a soup dish, I think it was Clark on the expedition, when he was given it to partake, he ended up spitting it out. And so the translation for Bitterroot, got that from Clark when he said, "Oh, this is so bitter, I can't take it." And so, but to this day, they have a really important ceremony the tribe does where they teach the young about the life-giving properties and health properties of the Bitterroot, and they have a really nice full day of ceremonies and traditional teachings and instruction for the younger members of the tribe. And they go out and they still to this day and point in time harvest the Bitterroot. So Next slide, please.
Well, before you go, and
Yep.
we are running a little short on time, isn't that amazing? But we're almost done. But the one thing I wanted to mention is, who are we looking at here? Is this a representation of one of the AI that we're using in the system?
Yes, and I'm going to get that to the next slide.
Okay,
I think
I'll
coming up.
get
So
there. Okay.
you're absolutely right. This slide you'll see here, and we can go quickly on this one since our time, but this basically communicates that each of the points of the Yale model, there's a place in the village where you stop, and that has activities that's unique to that location in the model that has the integration of the different perspectives for how to live a life worth living. If you go to the next slide, then that will identify what Cynthia was talking about, and our attempt, for the past couple years, maybe longer than that, Sin, I guess we've been using AI in lots of different forms from the early days. My dissertation was in an area of artificial intelligence, and so that was, my goodness, way back in antiquity. And but over the last several years, recent years, there's been much more advancements with AI language models, large language models, and so forth. And we have been applying those language models. But like Cynthia said earlier, we do this with extreme carefulness because we understand, because Cynthia and I are so involved with the work of AI, we know where the weak points are. We know where many aspects are not ready for prime time, and so we spend a lot of time basically fine-tuning our work, and we have our own models that we are applying. So we go through a training process, and they're not perfect, but they are reasonably in bounds for some interesting learning experiences as you're interacting with the AI models through the NPC. So we have a Blossom Bitterroot NPC. So each station in the village, Blossom appears, and they get started with talking about the different features of the growth element that's in the model that you as a participant are learning about through interacting first with a Salish guide. So this is another NPC that has been programmed to work in dialogue fashion with the AI NPC, and they correspond and talk back with each other and then get the participant involved. So it's a three-way conversation, and we at some point, as we get more and more participants to go through this, we want to come back and share all the insights, because we are collecting all the data from the interaction in a database, and so for us to come back to and say, well, this worked as we thought, or this didn't work nearly as well as we would have hoped. And we want to be able to share that with each of you, those that are interested. And so it leads to a point in the dialogue where the participant shares the reflections. And this goes back to a model structure that Columbia University uses with their students. They have a graduate course on how to shift at that tipping point into a deeper reflection of the core virtues and values as a professional in your field, that you would have a deeper appreciation for your continued growth and development. And believe it or not, there is a stagnation that occurs for most professionals at the mid-career point. This has been well documented in the research between Harvard and Columbia, and many people that are concerned about professional development have been investigating ways to cause people to break away from their assumptions that they have arrived in everything they need to know when it comes to ethics and virtues and so forth, and be willing to re-evaluate themselves for further growth. So this is what this simulation does. So regardless of where you're at in your professional journey in life, because of the prompting from the Native American perspectives, the structure from the Yale model, we are taking everything that we have learned from these research efforts from Columbia and Harvard to prompt the participants using the immersive experience of the enriched environments to cause people to be willing to say, well, there's more to be learned here than what I would have assumed, so that that tipping point occurs. And then you go through this, and so we open it up. By the way, Sen, you can correct me, but I think at some point we're going to plan to maybe be there in the Bitterroot simulation with any of you that would want to join us and go through the
We could
simulation.
schedule an event. I didn't because your farm family was so
Yep.
sick, and you know,
Yes.
he's giving shots, diabetes shots, and this and that and the other. And we're talking a cow, a couple of goats, a miniature horse, a quarter horse, and a variety of other animals too. So it's a busy farm, and of course he's taking loving care of them. But if you want to schedule an event, just let me know when next week you'd like to schedule it, and if not, then we'll catch the next conference.
Yes, that'd be
Lisa
great.
says yes, do it.
Yes, that'd be great, Lisa, because we do over the years we've invited people to come to some of the simulations that we've been working on, and we always get great value from that, because every time someone goes through things that we've done, they'll have insights that we have not even considered, and it helps us tremendously. So here's a couple snapshots that you'll see, and the video has some of this in there too, but you can see that we have a community TP, and this is fairly common in a tribal village, and this is where you get the orientation for the simulation, and you'll get opportunities for the instructional elements of the model, and then you'll work your way counterclockwise. I don't know why it's counterclockwise, Cynthia, but we did it counterclockwise. And as you get halfway through on the counter left-hand side of the TP, then that's where the waterfall lagoon is, and you're instructed to go into the lagoon, if you don't mind getting wet, and go through the waterfall into the cave. And from there, that's where the tipping point reflection activities are offered. And then once you have that experience in the simulation, then you pick up back into the village and go onto the right-hand side for the remaining TPs and work your way back to the community TP. So that's the flow. That's the flow that we're talking about. And next slide. You know, I think so. We may actually make our time. We may actually do this. So here is the snapshot of the entry into the database, and this is like other databases we've done in the past that you've heard about in our previous presentations of simulations. We're really big into collecting data, and so the data is paginated in this dashboard style, so researchers can export it for SAS or SPSS, formats for analysis. You can print it out as PDF, Word documents for aggregated sorts of information. So it's a really nice interface for researchers to go in and examine, because we think that we're always better at improving from one simulation to the next, because we'll see things in what people are doing, and we're not always there. People come in and do the simulations when at different hours. We've had people come in at 2 or 3 in the morning and do the simulation. So that's why that data matters and helps us tremendously. Any other thoughts, Lear, that you have?
Yeah, I was typing them. It comes out and tests everything, because Andy is an amazing mix of a mesh designer, right? And rapid. I'll say, Mandy, we need an airplane that crashes and to do this simulation, blah, blah, blah. And a few days later, I have one that falls apart. And then, of course, so he's fast. He uses a variety of tools. You can tell them about the tools. I think you're using Cheetah, Hexagon, maybe Blender, maybe Maya, maybe a few others, maybe some Adobe products thrown in there, but quite a few tools. And then he also codes. He writes code. And he's also this amazing AI expert who also, I think you tested some of the LLMs that are popular
Yes.
today, the early
Yeah.
work on them, and so, and then we're always thinking about the ethical use, right? We're always thinking about that. Well, we do have to wrap, Andy. We are at the end of
Yes.
time, and
I think
um,
we I don't know how we did it this time, but it came together on our timeline for us. I'm so happy. But we'll take questions. I know, and Mal I see in the chat window about the different views of what happens at the end of each world, and you'll find, Mal, that as you read about this, that it varies from one tribe to the next of how they see the transitions between the worlds and how the worlds are connected and the ending points and so forth. It's fascinating. It's just uh, uh, deep layers of interpretations and meanings for the Native American viewpoints of these worlds. I every time I go in and read about the different interpretations, I'm just fascinated with it. Yes, and the best way to reach us, you can go, I can type in the URL for Virtual Harmony. You're welcome to go there.
and while we didn't give Ubit a time for a word in
Yeah.
edgewise, right? He is wearing some of the artifacts from the simulation, or one of them. It's actually from a related one, the canteen and the belt, and so we are thankful for his support. You have to realize none of this would be possible if we didn't have this virtual world, if we didn't have the OpenSimulator software, if we
Yes.
didn't have people testing physics and working. So I want to do a shout out to the entire core dev, the people who attend the meetings and make it happen. All of you know who you are, and you're in the logs. And we are so thankful for everyone. And thank you, Ubit, for joining our team. What?
I'm just like to add on real quickly that
Sure.
absolutely the community, the OpenSim community is just miraculous in what they offer and do, and the model of open sourcing, sharing. It's the prime example. I always talk about it in every group meeting I have with anybody across my contacts. Just thank you. Wonderful. Appreciate it so much.
We have quite a few unsung heroes. I'm just going to mention them quickly. Jaga and Kuga and Vincent and Orbert and Motoku. Jamie Jordan who comes out, Kayaker who comes out, Web Rain who comes out. All of you have contributed. And then Tara and Ariel and others who've come and asked questions. And thank you. I will wrap at that point. Thanks, Mal. Thanks, Frank. And thanks, Lisa, for joining us for this session. Well, where's that moderator here? I'm going to read. Thank you, Andy, Frankie, JJ, and Shadia, our Virtual Harmony team, for an informative and interesting presentation. We also are putting a shout out to Olive Tree Lighthouse, who joined our team this year, and Delightful Durango. We've lost both of them, but we're still going on, and there are pieces of them that are part of our simulations and part of us, and they will be with us forever. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org. And let me refresh this page just in case the content's changed and I didn't see it. What's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin immediately here in this keynote region. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our presenters and to the audience. A quick note before our final presentation of today, and then evening music events. We have had several conference changes, and we want to make sure you view the updated schedule for Sunday's OSCC presentations. This includes a new presentation by Julian Reyes speaking on history of Virtual Worlds Museum and the future of the open source exhibit. And we're going to have a special fireside chat with Philip Rosedale and Q&A moderated by Mal Burns, which is happening at 4 p.m. on Sunday, December 8th, both here in the OSCC keynote regions. Both events are. Following our final presentation for today, you won't want to miss tonight's live music events beginning at 6 p.m. in the OSCC music region, featuring Vio Voom at 6 p.m., followed by 7 o'clock with live music from Acoustic Energy, better known as James Olmos. And from 8 to 9 p.m., our very own DJ Sun Tzu hosts his steampunk music and his creations. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4:30 p.m. session of the 2024 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Multi-Stage Development of AI Non-Player Characters for Educational Purposes in an Undergraduate Curriculum. Dr. Scott Grant, our speaker, is also known as Kaylee West, who is on sabbatical and is unable to join us today, but created a video to share of their presentation. Dr. Grant lived, studied, and worked in China for 8 years. He has taught Chinese language and culture at tertiary level for more than 20 years. He coordinates and teaches 2 gateway units in the Monash University Chinese Studies program. He is the creator of the Monash Chinese Island virtual language learning simulation in Second Life and has been part of the formal introductory level curriculum at Monash since 2008. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the video.
Thanks to all of you watching this presentation. Unfortunately, I'm not able to do the presentation live due to family commitments, but I hope this video will be sufficient. A major challenge for students learning a language other than English at a university in predominantly English-speaking countries is learning in a foreign language classroom environment. Unlike second language classrooms that are embedded in an environment in which the mainstream language is the language being learned and opportunities for situated learning and practice abound, such opportunities for the foreign language learner have traditionally been much more limited. Adding to the problem is the restricted nature of many conventional tertiary curriculum formats. The shape of this format is largely predetermined by the institution and leaves little flexibility in terms of course structure, number of contact hours, student-teacher ratios, forms of assessments, and so on. A typical structure might consist of a large group lecture, either live or recorded, followed up by small group tutorials, language labs, and maybe some regular online assignments and exercises and assessment via a learning management system. Assessment often takes the shape of regular quizzes, larger mid-sized tests, and end-of-semester high-stakes exams. It is important, but neither ideal nor sufficient for fostering multiliteracy, multicultural understanding, or foreign language learning. Contextualized situated learning has been shown to be an effective means of achieving pragmatic competence. Learning in authentic context facilitates the generation of meaningful language through the provision of rich and multimodal information and helps students connect new knowledge with existing knowledge. An ideal contextualized and situated learning environment is studying in a country where the language being learned is widely spoken. This also presents many challenges, including costs, time restrictions, family commitments, and so on, and especially this is the case since the appearance of COVID. One alternative is creating an interactive 3D virtual learning environment that can provide authentic learning context and associated tasks for situated learning. The Chinese Intensive Learning Program has run in Shanghai, Beijing, and Beijing for over 20 years. At its peak, there were over 400 students in Shanghai and Beijing for the 6-week duration. In an attempt to design lessons that provide opportunities for authentic communication within the confines of a foreign language classroom, an approach known as task-based language learning was adopted. Task-based language learning involves communication activities using language that is meaningful to the learner to carry out set tasks that have no purpose other than just the practice of language. That have a purpose other than just the practice of language, i.e. tasks that reflect real-life activities. Multi-user environments like Second Life provide a way to simulate immersive, realistic scenarios that require meaningful communication within the framework of a formal curriculum and the constraints of a foreign language classroom. Just a little bit of historical context. In 2008, the Monash Chinese Studies program commenced task-based language lessons in the Second Life virtual region called Monash University, Chinese Islands. To date, over 2,000 students from Monash and other institutions have done the lessons on the island and interacted with our virtual characters. One thing I haven't mentioned so far is the number of students involved. In the first year undergraduate cohort doing Chinese at Monash, in first semester there are up to 130 students in most years. In second semester there are up to 90 students. The above numbers dropped off during the pandemic and haven't really returned to pre-pandemic numbers. However, this presents a problem for lesson design and interactivity on Chinese Island. Students mainly interact with non-player characters or NPCs. NPCs can interact with multiple students simultaneously without getting tired or confused. This also frees up the teacher to interact with students individually as problems or questions arise. In this case, the teacher plays the role of a facilitator. I'd just like to talk briefly about the difference between non-player characters and chatbots. Non-player characters are not simply chatbots. They perform a number of important roles that help to make the interactions more authentic. For example, providing linguistic interaction, providing feedback and negotiation of meaning in the form of recast, clarification requests, repetition, confirmation, comprehension checks, and so on. They also perform tasks such as accepting payment and handing over goods, and they act as gatekeepers for the different stages of the tasks that are set. In addition to being able to conduct conversational interaction with learners, NPCs perform specific roles. For example, a waitress, a train ticket seller, a doctor in a hospital, within the specific learning scenario. They need to give the impression of being another person within the training scenario. Now I would like to talk about the 3.2 stages of development that we went through with the Chinese Island NPCs. stage 1 of NPC development from 2009 to 2014. The system initially developed in 2009 was twofold. The first part involved having a number of Second Life accounts running on external servers that kept the NPCs associated with each account in the virtual environment 24/7. In addition, a customized version of AIML, or Artificial Intelligent Markup Language, was developed to enable the NPCs to converse in Chinese text with students. At the same time, a platform called Pandora Bots was being used as the chat engine for a wide range of chatbots, as it provided a range of tools with which to conveniently set up and run AIML. However, Chinese language was not available at the time, and hence we had a customized version developed. Each of these elements ran on servers external to SL, which often caused problems with reliability, where, for example, maintenance schedules did not coincide. While the above setup worked well to a certain extent, a range of issues existed that made it less than ideal. AIML is based on pattern matching of keywords or phrases in user input, which then trigger preset responses. While AIML provided a degree of flexibility with the use of wildcards that could represent any input and topics that could guide the conversation in particular directions, if a learner input did not contain any or only some of the keywords to be matched, or if the input was grammatically or syntactically incorrect, the system would fall back on generalized responses that could sometimes end up being circular. On many occasions, learners would ask an NPC a question or make a statement using language that was correct, but more advanced than what had been programmed into the chat database. This resulted in them receiving a message of non-comprehension from the non-player character. A major problem with pattern matching AI is the need to anticipate what content will be sent to the chat engine so that it can respond in a useful and meaningful manner. While task-based learning can facilitate setting limits around what language and vocabulary can be used by students, it cannot fully prevent learners from using correct language that is more advanced than what is being taught. Ideally, any such correct language input should be added to the NPC database as soon as possible, but for a range of reasons, this was extremely difficult at the time. It was also challenging to add any new content to the chat database or any new task-based activities designed. At the same time, there was also no way to give the NPCs a voice. That is, there was no real-time text-to-speech that could be implemented, thus limiting opportunities for students to practice listening skills and hear modeled pronunciation. So I would now like to show you a brief film of interaction with one of the NPCs during stage 1. I'd now like to move on to stage 2 of the NPC development from 2014 to 2023. In 2013, a successful application was made to the Australian federal government for a seed grant of Australian dollars 50,000 with the aim to completely overhaul the NPCs and chat engine. A major goal was to have everything running on Second Life servers to obviate problems resulting from relying on external servers to run both the NPCs and the associated chat engines. NPCs made from linked mesh objects were designed and developed to replace the original NPCs that ran off individual Second Life avatar accounts. The advantage of these new NPCs is that they were part of the larger virtual environment running on Second Life servers and thus not subject to going offline randomly unless the SL servers went offline. One major disadvantage of these new NPCs was that they were particularly hard to animate, as each of the individual linked mesh needed to be manually manipulated into place, with each of their positions being hard-coded into an animation script that was then activated and would move the body parts through a range of motions. In 2014, the NPC chat engines were fully upgraded to using LSL scripting language. As with AIML, these chat engines relied on matching keywords from student input during a conversation, which then triggered a set response and the equivalent audio. A significant advantage of this approach was the ability to engage in agile development. On many occasions, when during a lesson, it was found that a student had used a correct phrase or sentence in Chinese to communicate with an NPC that the NPC didn't understand, the relevant chat engine script could be modified to add the expression and appropriate response on the run while the lesson was still going. As a part of an action research approach to lessons, student interaction with the environment and the NPCs was constantly monitored during classes to capture any problems that occurred, so that the problems could either be rectified during class or immediately after class concluded. This was an ongoing, iterative process that greatly aided the optimization of the virtual environment and the NPC chat engines over a long period of time. It also enabled new content to be added to lessons, the virtual environment, and the chat engines conveniently and efficiently. Another big advantage of using linked mesh prims was that the NPCs and the Milland scripting language coded chat engines could all be used in OpenSim and also on the Sim on a Stick standalone version of OpenSim. Another big advantage of this approach was the ability to create pre-recorded audio files of all of the NPC responses and upload them in advance to the Second Life platform. Once uploaded, each respective audio file could be triggered simultaneously by the text-based Chinese characters output from the NPCs, thus giving the NPCs a voice. From the student perspective, this provided exemplar pronunciation for them to practice and adjust their own pronunciation. However, the need to upload the audio files did slow down this updating process at times. I'd like to now show you just a brief video on text-based interaction with the NPCs from stage 2. So in our regular lessons, students interacted conversationally with the NPCs in text-based Chinese character chat. As you can see in this case, the nurse NPC replies in both text and audio. Further, the nurse can also activate other functions, for example, payment for registration and a medical history card as part of the conversation.
您好。好，先在这里挂号，填一下病历卡，然后就可以去看医生。好的，请付1块钱。 谢谢。给你病历卡，请填好再去看医生。
I'd now like to move on and talk about stage 3 of the NPC development, which occurred from 2022-23 to 2024. In 2022-23, the non-player characters were upgraded to Animesh. Animesh characters, as you probably all know, have rigging, a skeletal structure, similar to user avatars, which enables them to be animated in a similar way to user avatars. This involves pre-recorded animations of a range of movements and expressions that can be embedded in the Animesh character as a file. This new Animesh, the new Animesh NPCs can be animated during a conversation with a student by simply triggering the embedded animation file using keywords, for example, talk, stand, and so on, coded into the chat engine script. Now I want to talk about stage 3.1. Stage 3 was divided into 2 parts, and so this is, we'll talk about stage 3.1. And in this stage, ChatGPT was added to the existing setup with the NPCs to provide corrective feedback. So one of the issues raised by students quite frequently was the inflexibility of the NPCs in terms of understanding their input. Due to limitations of the keyword set response approach, often minor mistakes in terms of incorrect Chinese characters or word order or grammatical structure in the student input to the NPCs would lead to students receiving the set response, 对不起，我没听懂，请你再说一遍, which is, sorry, I didn't understand, could you please say it again? Sometimes even correct student input would trigger this response due to using a more advanced form of expression that had not been anticipated or coded into the chat-based engine. So this raises an interesting question. Part of the reason to have students interact conversationally with the NPCs is to reinforce sentence structure, grammar, and vocabulary found in the textbook in a more realistic, spontaneous context. The interaction with the NPCs has always been intended to be both a consolidation of what is being learned in the main textbook or the main part of the course, as well as an opportunity to develop the ability to use this textbook-based knowledge in a simulation of a real-life conversation. If the chat engine is too flexible and no guidance is given by the NPC on how to correct mistakes, students get frustrated. That's if the chat engine is too inflexible. On the other hand, if the chat engine is made too flexible, even potentially totally incorrect input could trigger a task-related response from the NPC and the chat engine, with the student being totally unaware that their input was problematic. With this in mind, a separate ChatGPT HUD was added to the mix to monitor student input to the NPCs. Specifically, in this lesson, ChatGPT is asked to explain any grammar, syntax, vocabulary, or context mistakes in the context of a medical scenario. In many cases, the problem with student input is one or more Chinese characters input incorrectly. Mandarin Chinese has many homonyms or homographs. For example, that means characters that have the same spelling, pinyin spelling, and pinyin spelling uses English alphabet to spell out the pronunciation of the character, but the characters are written differently and usually have a different meaning. If a student is not paying attention, they can easily type in the correct pinyin spelling, but then select an incorrect homograph. This kind of error is easily detected and explained by ChatGPT. For example, the student might want to say or to type the Chinese characters for, I want to pay the medication fee, which should be, 我要交纳药费. However, if they are not paying attention, they could end up inputting 我要交纳药费. Pronunciation is different between those two. The second one is fee, or the word fee, medical fee, is incorrect, although the spelling in the Chinese pinyin is the same as the correct characters. ChatGPT then, in this particular example, would respond to the student with the following feedback. The student said, 我可以在这儿交纳药费吗? This means, can I pay for the medication here? The mistake is that the student used the wrong word for fee, which should be fee, to refer to the cost of medication in a medical setting. So that was the feedback that the students got from, that the student in this case got from ChatGPT, pointing out the error and correcting it. I'd now like to show you a short video of the stage 3.1 of NPC development, where a student, in this case me, is chatting with the Chinese island real estate agent, and the real estate agent corrects one or two errors that were made during the conversation.
您好。对不起，我没听懂，请你再说一遍。
Stage 3.2 of NPC development, the full integration of ChatGPT as the chat engine. While clearly receiving instructive or explicative feedback from ChatGPT as a separate function of the conversational interaction with the Chinese island NPCs during lessons was welcomed by students, to some degree, the authenticity of the interactions was compromised. ChatGPT was present in the interactions as a separate entity, something that would not be available in real-life authentic interactions. Past research done by this presenter shows that the degree of authenticity of the interactions with the Chinese island NPCs has a direct impact on foreign language anxiety experienced by students. Foreign language anxiety, or FLA, has also been shown to have negative impacts on learner performance, while conversely, reducing FLA has benefits for overall learner performance. While the flexibility of generative AI like ChatGPT, providing the chat engine for the NPCs, has a range of benefits, it simultaneously created a significant technical challenge. Because the NPC ChatGPT responses are generated on the run, that is, they're not preset as in a pattern matching system, it is very challenging to trigger pre-recorded matching audio. This means responses from the NPCs and ChatGPT can vary slightly in the wording or the word order each time an input is received from a learner. The answer to this challenge is using real-time TTS, text-to-speech, that is triggered each time an NPC or ChatGPT produces a text-based response to a learner communicative interaction. Second Life does not have inbuilt TTS functionality, and so an external solution is required. Text responses from ChatGPT are sent into Second Life by an HTTP response function in the form of a JSON object. Once the text response has been extracted from the JSON object, it can then be sent out via HTTP request to an external online TTS service, which converts the text into audio and plays it on a web page. Starting from the first semester in 2024, ChatGPT was fully integrated into the NPCs as the chat engine that enabled them to communicatively interact with students. Unlike the previous AIML and LSL chat engines custom designed for the Chinese island lessons, which relied on pattern matching of keywords and set responses, and thus suffered from inflexibility in handling imperfect learner input, with the guidance of an appropriate prompt, ChatGPT is able to handle a relatively wide range of imperfect learner input and provide appropriate output. Moreover, this all happens in the background and is invisible to the learner, whereas in the previous stage, the feedback from ChatGPT was explicit and highly visible. To some degree, this flexibility simulates the kind of flexibility a human native speaker would have in interpreting, understanding, and responding to imperfect learner input. In this respect, full integration of ChatGPT into the NPCs has restored a degree of authenticity into communicative interaction with learners. I'd now like to play another short video clip which will show you NPC which has now got ChatGPT and voice fully integrated.
14块钱一盘。
你家有什么人？
我家有妈妈、爸爸、姐姐、弟弟，我先生和孩子。
I'd like to finish my presentation with a final anecdote, if I may. As part of a post-lesson survey on how the lesson went, in response to the question, how did you feel about the ChatGPT functionality that has been added to the virtual characters, one student answered, it adds some good dimension where they will still understand you if you mention the wrong thing, like a human would. I did accidentally get stuck talking with the doctor last lesson because I thought it would be funny to tell her that I have schizophrenia. It was not, and she wouldn't give me the things I needed for the lesson and kept telling me to see a psychiatrist because schizophrenia is serious. This, however, was completely self-inflicted. Thank you so much for watching my presentation. If you have any questions about this presentation or the Chinese Island NPCs, please feel free to contact me at the email address below, which is scott.grant@monash.edu. Okay, thank you very much.
Grant for an informative and interesting video. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our 6 o'clock event in the OSCC music region, which is entitled Live Music with VO Voom, followed by at 7 o'clock, live music with acoustic energy, better known as James Olmos. And from 8 to 9 o'clock, our very own DJ Sun Tzu hosts steampunk music and his creations. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to the audience, and we will see you tomorrow for our second day of OSCC presentations.